2, 1, live.
All right, good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the October 30th, 2024 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. I will generally summarize our brief agenda today. We will start with commission and discussion and vote. As part of the regulatory portion of the meeting, we will continue with discussion and review of draft regulations relative to delivery licenses, micro-business licenses, and telehealth certification for qualifying patients. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. We will kick off that conversation. We're very happy to have Enforcement Counsel Tim Gooden with us, our Director of Investigations, Catherine Binkowski, and our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Noam Kamalo. And we're also joined virtually by our Acting Deputy General Counsel, Mike Baker. Is just to hopefully capsulize where we left off on Friday. We had a completed review of all the regulatory changes, really with respect to delivery courier and delivery operator licenses, micro-business licenses, and telehealth certification for qualifying patients, and the amendments under those topic headings. We were having continued discussion around the B2B section within our regulations, and I'm sure Mike will remind us what section and page that is. I'm going to jump to my copy.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Yeah, we're at the bottom of page 85.
Yeah, this is under section 13, transportation between marijuana establishments. We're having discussion on this issue. I will tell you, in the time that we last convened on Friday, and obviously Monday was consumed with executive director interviews, I've had a couple of conversations both with some of our stakeholder groups. Chris Fevry reached out to me, had a conversation with respect to delivery, also had a chance to connect with folks at Eagle Eye, a third-party transporter, to allow them the opportunity to share some of their concerns and some of their thoughts. I've also had some email communications with one of our testing laboratories. All good information for me to consider, but to kind of kick off this conversation, I know Commissioner Roy, you have some questions you want to start with. I think we left our conversation the other day about essentially taking the new parameters for delivery that we are going to afford our delivery couriers and operators, and thinking about additional language that we could put into 13A6, which speaks to transportation between marijuana establishments, essentially B2B, and number 6 under section 13 reads, all vehicles transporting marijuana products shall be staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents. At least one agent shall always remain with the vehicle when the vehicle contains marijuana or marijuana products. That, at least as I see it, is kind of the section that we want to focus in on and give some thought to this morning. But I know Commissioner Roy, you have some questions or thoughts you want to lead off with, so why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Acting Chair Stebbins, and thank you for all those meetings that you had yesterday. I'm sure they were very helpful, and I've too have given it some thought from where we paused last time. And thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for wanting to learn more and do more due diligence about it. And so I just, in my head, I just want to think out loud and have this discussion. So basically, for the we've already discussed the B2C, and I think we have it in a good place, business to consumer. So the question remains is the business to business. And if I understand it correctly, and Tim or Catherine and Noam, under that umbrella of B2B, we find different groups. We find independent testing labs, and then we find marijuana transporters. Now, under the umbrella of marijuana transporters, we have third-party transporters, and we have existing licensee transporter. So my concern was, and I think we can all, let me just step back. I think on the independent testing labs, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're all in agreement. It doesn't make sense to have two agents in the, I think we all agree there, right? We completely 100% agree because their amounts are smaller. And so the question remains that, do we apply that logic to the third-party transporter and the existing licensee transporter, who perhaps could carry significantly more amounts of marijuana product? So, and we have heard from stakeholders, and I think the industry is in agreement that independent testing labs should be able to go from 2 to 1. And I sent, just for your awareness, and Commissioner Carr, you had brought it up a while ago, about a year ago, we received from MACT, which is the Massachusetts Association of Cannabis Transporters, a memo. And they brought up that there's a conflict in our regulations, which I believe there is. And so I sent it to Kajal and Mike yesterday, and I asked for a legal opinion on that memo, the veracity of their assertion that there is a conflict, which I do believe there is in our regulations, and their recommended policy recommendations. So I just want to share with you, I'm okay if there's a way we can, in this round today, include ITLs, but take a more holistic approach to the transporters. So and I want to hear what they had to say too. So we don't have any unintended consequences, to your point, and meet with them maybe publicly and give our I&E team time to do more due diligence. But is there a way, Tim, Noam, legal, that we can address ITLs today, and then in the next round put the transporters in the scope of the next round, so we have time to figure out the unintended consequences? And in the conflict that I refer to is because I think we need to look further at this license type, because if you read in our definition under marijuana transporter, an entity may only transport marijuana products when such transportation is not already authorized under a marijuana established license, if it is licensed as a marijuana transporter. So it kind of reads, so the way I read it, if you're an ME, you can't be a transporter too, but we have this license type that says existing licensee transporter. So I need to learn more and understand the veracity of that assertion that there's a conflict there. And I'd like to just take a holistic view at the transporter as a whole, but if there's a way we can address the ITLs today, I would really like to be able to do that. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that.
And can I just say though, because Commissioner Roy, this is the awkwardest.
I know.
We can't talk to each other,
We
right?
can't talk.
And I just want to say thank you. And I appreciate you, because I think that you and I are so intense at times, right? And we still love each other and respect each other. We have a great relationship. And I think that sometimes, because we can't have some conversations, and even in public, it gets a little uncomfortable at times to think through what you're trying to convey, what I'm trying to convey, where I was stuck. And, on Friday, we were at a point where we were like, okay, you're thinking, I'm thinking, Commissioner Stebbins is thinking. And then I'm like, where's our legal team? Where's our enforcement and investigation team? Which is always where I think, and then I think about the practical. And sometimes we don't articulate it as we should. So I just want to say thank you. I appreciate that, because I think folks may think that at times we're on different sides, and we can be, and sometimes all of us, I'm not just talking about you and I. But I think that this is why sometimes it's frustrating for the industry, but it's also frustrating for us. But as policymakers, we have to understand the impact right now in terms of the policies that we're creating for the next round of the industry. So, yes. And I think everything, I was out completely, yesterday. I have not looked at my email. I was, if you guys see me teary-eyed here, it's not about the commission, but I was able to spread my dad's ashes yesterday after a year of passing. So it was a big deal for me. And I just want to thank you both for your support as colleagues and commissioners, because your check-in with me yesterday meant a lot to me. So thank you so much. And I just want to say that because I can't say it otherwise. But thank you for, doing the homework and bringing it back for us to better understand it. So I just want to thank both of you for doing all that work. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate that. I can generally capsulize some of the conversations I've had, and I know we've also, Commissioner Roy, I know you and I have been on some same email traffic from some stakeholders as they watched our conversations the other day and kind of where they wanted to weigh in or lean in. A couple of, and again, I'll kind of generalize the concerns. And I think they capture your point, what you're saying, Commissioner Roy. We're treading into new space with our regs around delivery courier and delivery operator and setting that dollar value. And again, it's a progression, right? We're going from saying you don't need two agents in one car. We're still mindful of public safety. Also understanding what a delivery courier or delivery operator carries normally anyways. The price restriction or the price caveat or the value caveat in the regs, I think is helpful. What makes that work, or as it was expressed to me, makes that work is that when you buy a product, you know how much you've paid for the product that's going into the delivery courier or delivery operator's vehicle. It's easier to track the value of that property. There was some concern raised to me the other day about how do we calculate that same cost if it's B2B? And that's why I'm glad Catherine and Chief Kamalo are here to, kind of help us understand metric and a little bit of hopefully what they can give us our B2B process. Additional conversations I had around the transport issue, I think, extend far beyond what our narrow focus is right now and where I think we were going to leave our discussion today. In talking with one third-party transporter, I said, I think we need to have a conversation with all of you because I think some of their interests go beyond this conversation. And I said, first of all, there are 5 third-party transporter licensees held by 4 businesses. I said, we can all sit around the table and have this conversation. And I think it's a helpful one to have. So maybe not thinking about next quarter, but I think we can schedule some time between now and the end of the year to invite the transporter community in, and let's hear about those topics and those issues.
And to Commissioner Roy's point, there's some conflict in that memo that was last year,
Yeah.
If I may, I don't have it handled. How many existing licensee transporters do we have?
I can get that number.
Okay, thank you. Because I think we could invite all the transporters.
Absolutely.
There's 2, like we talk about third-party transporters so much, but there's existing licensee transporter, and that they need to be part of that conversation.
So I don't think it would require a big function hall. I think we could.
We can fit them all
we
here,
could
unfortunately.
do it
Yeah.
here.
I know.
And at the same time, similar as we're talking about testing next week and having a listening session on that, transportation obviously has that ripple down effect throughout the supply chain. So, we don't want to just keep it limited. We do want to hear from the industry where it wants to weigh in. I also had the opportunity to have a conversation last night with our acting Deputy General Counsel, Mike Baker, with respect to thinking through or perhaps crafting some language. I think Commissioner Roy, that would speak to your point, is there a carve out we can create at this phase to support our ITLs, who again, they go pick up product and you okay? Just take a moment.
You want a 5-minute recess? Why don't we do a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, why don't we take a quick 5-minute recess?
Said it publicly, if we can do a carve out today, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Vote on this thing and
Pretty good.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are back. So before we get too much further into discussion about a carve out, I do want to give operations, enforcement, investigations a chance to kind of just share their thoughts. You know, obviously we want, Commissioner Camargo usually talk about the operability of something. Operability wise, how would you see this working? Obviously, everything, every movement of product is also connected to metric. And do we have a safe way of making sure that we can track product from, you know, business A to business B? But I'm happy to turn it over to the team to see if they want to weigh in with any thoughts. Again, currently on the table thinking about a specific transportation carve out, so the labs can go pick up samples, bring them to the labs. They don't return them, right? Because they're kind of destroyed after any testing. But you know, just from an enforceability for a compliance monitoring operability to this, you know, I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts. I don't know who you want to start with. Chief, we can start with you.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I think at this point, based on, you know, the conversation that Commissioner Rogers brought up in terms of the conflict in the rights, which is why last time when we talked about it, it was very important for us to sort of, you know, look into the, you know, regulatory language, you know, existing regulatory language to see if it aligns with some of the recommendations or suggestions that the board is thinking about. But I think in light of ITLs, from a compliance standpoint, we're definitely in agreement that we feel as though that you can incorporate the ITLs into this discussion, because it is really, there's not a lot of product involved related to, you know, ITLs or transportation in terms of the B2B model for ITLs. But in terms of wholesale or third-party transporters, from a compliance point of view, we had already provided information before in terms of the incidents that we've seen so far. And I believe this year there's only one additional incident that has happened, but it's not anything that's alarming that we are really concerned about in terms of, you know, compliance related to that, in terms of incidents. However, when it comes to looking at the whole manifest and looking at the wholesale numbers related to that, I think, Acting Chair, if we had to start keeping track of what they have in their agreement, right? And then also in terms of the numbers that they're putting in metric, that would really require a lot of work for compliance officers and investigators and everybody else that has to monitor the numbers related to this. But I think the key thing is why having this discussion. If there's other things legally that we need to review or look into more, that's what we do, and you know, and go from there, because we have to work in conjunction with the legal department in terms of ensuring that, one, for enforceability, two, for uniformity or consistency as well, and in order for us to be able to incorporate the other transporters into this, you know, amendment or tweaks or changes that we're working on right now. But as far as ITLs are concerned, from a compliance standpoint of view, we do not have any, you know, reservations related to ITLs being incorporated into this.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
And thank you, Chief Kamal. So it sounds like we are all in agreement in that we need to pause on the transporter so we can have a better understanding and take a deep dive on that regulation. And we're all in agreement that the ITL makes sense for the ITL. So, geez, I just lost my train of thought on that. Oh, I know what I was going to ask. If I just want to make sure that when we visit the social consumption regs, that we're not going to be told adding transporters will be out of scope. So I just want to make sure that we can add that to in the scope of things we're looking at for that round.
Yeah, it's a great question. I invite Mike Baker in, you know, I think we talked about at our last meeting that we are making some changes in this section already because we are addressing electronic manifests as opposed to just paper. We've changed, or we're suggesting changes to the 30-minute notification piece. That's all contained within this section. But, you know, Acting Deputy General Counsel Baker, if you want to weigh in again on Commissioner Roy's question about scope, and if are you talking about for this one?
No, I'm thinking about if we put a pin, let's say, in the transporter and you don't, we're not gonna incorporate it. We're gonna take a vote today so we can move everybody forward
Right.
on this. And we say, I just want to make sure we're able to incorporate it when we tackle social consumption. We can incorporate transporter license type at that time. I don't see why we couldn't. I just want to have confirmation.
Okay, all right, sorry, I was a little, I thought you were still talking,
No.
I'm sure we're clear on scope
No.
for this round.
Can I just
Sorry.
add, Commissioner Roy, yes, so I think, and Mike Baker, tell us we're wrong here. So we keep saying like, you know, when social consumption, right? So when we do, let's say December 5th, we're gonna present everything we can on social consumption. And then we got to go through the process in terms of public comment and everything else. But amongst us commissioners, we can just add that as a topic for that regulatory round.
Right,
So,
so wanted confirmation.
Yes, so I think we should decide, I think we should just say, vote it today or decide today. And that way our team also gets a head start
Right.
at putting all this together. So we're going to look at social consumption. We're going to look at B2B transporters as the whole license and the whole, not the whole license, the whole umbrella
Yes.
of transporters as a second issue for that next round of basically regulatory stuff.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and.
Yeah.
You know, I'll say it, I think we also have an interest in delving into a lot of other topics.
Exactly, yep.
Badging being one of those.
Yeah.
You know, it's, you know, there are a number of topics we've been asked to discuss. I think a lot of us have, you know, thought about this concept of, you know, kind of modernizing and maybe updating some of the regs. I've said it to staff. I definitely want to hear from them at some point.
Absolutely.
Because their teams are out there living and breathing these regs every single day. What still makes sense? What doesn't make sense? What also might need a tweak?
So,
So first of all, not to scare any of our team with respect to,
perhaps we're there.
but we know we're going to be talking about social consumption from this.
Yeah.
So,
I think that answers.
Director, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also just to follow up on some of the questions about manifests and the B2B. Currently in the manifest, they have a section where they include the drivers they need to. So if you do bump down to 2 drivers, they would just include 1 less driver on there. It is already on the manifest, and the wholesale value of the product is a required field on the manifest. So those are reported full and metric. It can certainly be labor intensive if, you know, we're doing it for every licensee regularly to really monitor that. But also I just wanted to mention with the transportation requirements under sub 13 for transportation between MEs, I know we're talking about carving out ITLs, but that regulation compliance wise is used to assess compliance with all wholesale between businesses. So that would include micro businesses, all wholesale. That also would implicate, and I would refer to Acting Deputy General Counsel, but it also implicates the vessel transportations. I believe those regs were mentioned in the administrative order. So just wanted to also flag that, that it's, I know we're talking about carving out ITLs, but it currently includes all of those business to business transportations amongst licensees.
I know that right now, Acting Deputy General Counsel Baker and Enforcement Counsel are thinking through some language. Maybe if I'm in the right conversation.
Carve out language.
Yes.
Chairman, can we speak freely?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I can just I proposed some language in the chat with with Tim and the acting chair, just relative to a carve out for ITLs within the section that we were just in, at the bottom of page 85. So I can read it here. So an independent testing laboratory shall ensure that all vehicles used for transporting marijuana or marijuana products with a total retail value in excess of $5,000 are staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents. So we're workshopping this, as you can tell, live right now. So that's our proposal right now. We can put it in the chat so that everyone can see it. But we just kind of wanted to give you some language to base the discussion off of this morning.
I'm reading it. If you could dump it into the chat for this meeting, I think that'd be appreciated so we can all see it.
Of course. Sorry, we just wanted to workshop it before bringing it to the board.
That's appreciate kind of in real time work that's going. Commissioner Roy.
My question would be, if we agree upon this language, do we need to take a break so legal and enforcement counsel and can look through, because you know how the regs work, right?
Yeah.
It's like there's a domino effect throughout the regs. We just want to make sure that we're not missing any areas or cause conflict in other areas. So I think they would need, it's only fair that they would have time to be able to go through, come back to us. And we're going to vote today. So for those that are watching that are like, you know, we want this done and we're with you and we're going to vote today. So if we have recesses, it's just to make sure that we're for accuracy versus expediency, that we get this correct.
Glad to hear you say that. Yes. Reminder to everybody, we are voting today because we don't want to miss the Secretary of State's publication date on the 8th. And then we know that 2 weeks after that publication on the date is when the regs take full effect. So I'm also channeling a little Commissioner Camargo to remind everybody what we vote on today doesn't instantly magically become the law of the land.
Mr. Acting Chair, I put into thank you. I put into the chat the 2 sentences we're proposing for the board to consider. And yeah, to your point, Commissioner Roy, we would appreciate some time offline to just walk through and talk about it amongst ourselves before finalizing this. So we do have a number of pins that we have to revisit.
I was going to ask.
So I was going to say, maybe we could go through what we have to and then take a break. We can, during the break, talk amongst ourselves on the staff side, and then we can try to finalize after at some point, if that works for everyone.
Council, thank you for dropping the language into the chat. I guess my question would be, if you were incorporating this into the existing regs under 13A6, would it be an addition onto the end of 6, or would you parse it out and create a 6A, not to get too fine in detail, but.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. That's a great question. I was considering it for 6, but you know, happy to welcome enforcement counsel if he would think differently. I would think about lumping them together just because it is covering that topic and we're essentially creating an exception there. So that's why my default would be to stick with it being in 6.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So there is language in front of us. I'll read it again. An independent testing laboratory shall ensure that all vehicles used for transporting marijuana or marijuana products with a total retail value in excess of $5,000 are staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents. Essentially, we're signifying that if you have less than that value, that you are only required to use 1 marijuana establishment agent. I think he's given us, counsel, am I correct? You're giving us 2 options, or are you seeing this as all one addition?
All one addition. Sorry, I did it in piecemeal. The second sentence is further clarification. To enforcement counsel's point, it's just clarifying a bit further.
Okay. So that second component of the language would read, for all transfers with a total retail value of under $5,000, an ITL may use one marijuana establishment agent. Commissioner Roy?
My question is for, thank you, Acting Chair, for Acting DGC Baker. Did you mirror the language in the other areas, courier operators, so we're consistent?
Yes, we tried to as best as we could. It's slightly different because we make amendments in two different sections and we're kind of merging them into this one.
Right.
So we pulled as best as we could.
It's
but it is
consistent as
slightly-
possible.
Yes, it's just slightly different though, because
you.
we don't say in the other one in excess of 5,000 or under 5,000 because we do have that carve out for 5K and 10K. So it is different, but obviously this is a different licensee doing slightly different activities. So,
Council Baker, could I ask you, if you can quickly find it, can you put in the language that we have included for couriers and operators, just so we can see the two variations?
yes.
Commissioner Roy?
So my question would be on the total retail value. In the other sections, we put the day of. We don't have that here, or do we need that here?
That's a good question. Let's have him. I like the notion of trying to make it as similar
Yeah, me too.
as possible. So let's wait and see what he puts in for the language from the courier and operator section.
Yeah, a clarifying question.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah. The second sentence for all transfers with a total retail value. So for all transfers, am I looking at this? I mean, I understand the sentence, but is it needed? Independent testing laboratory shall ensure that all vehicles used for transporting marijuana products with total retail value for staff for all transfers. Is it different than transporting? Why are we adding that second sentence for all transfers?
I think it is for, and I'll invite an enforcement counselor or Council Baker to offer their suggestion. I think it's just to give it more clarity.
It's not a delivery, it's a transfer.
Delivery transfer.
It's transportation between MEs is the section that we're under. And so business to business would be transportation between the two. So delivery would not be the appropriate term there.
Okay. Transfers. Used for transporting marijuana products, but I guess I don't see the difference from the sentence up top. Used for transporting marijuana or marijuana products. But go ahead, Tim. Tim has a.
Go ahead, Council Baker.
I think. Tim
Sorry,
has a-
yeah, that's Tim, you can go first.
Okay, thank you,
Go
Mike.
ahead.
So Commissioner Camargo, I think the intent of that second sentence, which I think is potentially superfluous, you don't necessarily need to include that. I think the first language could encompass what the board wants to do here. That second sentence, if we wanted to add that, just to be clear, that anything under $5,000, you may use one agent, or at or under 5,000. I think that is one thing that we need to clarify as well.
Yeah.
If we're talking about a value in excess of $5,000, that is $5,000.01, then you need two agents in that vehicle. The second sentence was really just to clarify the opposite is true, that if it's under 5,000, you may utilize one agent. But if you don't
You
want that in there,
attorneys.
that's fine as well. I'm just thinking in terms of the
No, I
public
know.
reading that.
Yeah.
If I
Get it.
know for compliance purposes and enforcement purposes, we would have that understanding, but I just wanted.
Yeah.
Making sure that everybody understands that.
Yeah, right. Because you all can understand it. I want to make sure that
But making sure.
average person
Yeah.
understands it and it
Exactly.
doesn't, it's not confusing because transporting marijuana or marijuana products. And then the second sentence for all transfers, it almost sounds like two different things, but
Sure. There might be an easier way to just merge the two ideas as well, to say for other transports, you may use one line agent or something along those lines.
Council Baker is under thank you for finding the reg changes that we're making for marijuana delivery license, courier marijuana delivery operator. Is there any reason that we could not include the bottom section, which says for the purposes of this provision, maximum retail value shall mean the aggregate value. I mean, we got to base it on something. And I think to Commissioner
Right.
Roy's point, where we can align language would be helpful.
Yeah, so I would actually like to ask Catherine or Noam or Tim about this provision specifically. This is something that I was kind of wrestling with before the meeting, just because we are basing it on something that reads on the day of the order of delivery, which is to the consumer, essentially the end of the
Right.
line there. So that's where I would really like to ask the staff what they think about that as well in this regard.
Enforcement Counsel, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And definitely would invite Chief Kamala to step in or weigh in here, but just in terms of the placement in the regulations, the section that we limit or allow, I suppose, excuse me, let me back up just for 1 second. Where we have added the restrictions on you can have one agent for any deliveries $5,000 and under, and for any deliveries that have a maximum value of $10,000, you can have two agents. That's talking about deliveries, and this is not a delivery that we're contemplating here.
Transport.
It's a transfer between two businesses. So if we look in 500.050, that identifies each of the license types and articulates what those licenses allow the license types to do. So if we're looking in there under, for example, 500.050.8A1, that is related to marijuana retailers. And this is on page 37 of the red line regulations, just for clarity. Of course.
Okay, where are
It's at the
you?
bottom of the
Mhm.
page under
Okay.
8. Oh, I might have a different page number than.
No, it's 37.
Okay. But it states a marijuana retailer may purchase, transport, sell, repackage, or otherwise transfer marijuana products to marijuana establishments and sell to consumers, and continues from there. But that's just an example of one area where 050 really articulates that these license types or certain license types are able to transport marijuana products. The same goes for marijuana product manufacturers. They are allowed to, quote, transport marijuana products to marijuana establishments. And I believe also for marijuana cultivators, that language is included in there as well. So my suggestion would be to include this language under subsection 7, which relates to independent testing laboratories, to just clarify that any transfers or transports that ITLs are doing, they are caveated by this language that we're including in here, that we may have one agent for $5,000 and under, and anything in excess of $5,000, you would need to use two agents. But I'll definitely pass it over to Chief Kamalo too for any additional thoughts on that.
Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman. Yes, I agree with Tim. I think, is one of the things, I hope everybody's starting to see here is that we're trying to make sure that this is, a manual that any individual, when they pick it up, they have an understanding of what it means or what it entails. And if we put it under transportation, it'll create a lot of confusion. So I think it is important for us to create a different subsection, which will be subsection 7, and put it, in the information where it talks about ITLs, so that there's no confusion and it doesn't make it complex. And then the other thing is that if we did place it somewhere else, we incorporated it in another section, especially under transportation for B2B, then that could also create some other, regulatory interpretations where I can see that, the other transporters might, tap into that and start having a lot of questions. So we don't want to have any misinterpretation. So it makes sense for us to create a different subsection, which will be subsection 7.
Keep it out, I'm sorry, keep it out of 9 altogether. Keep it out of 9 and put it in 7. Place it in 7.
Yeah, it would be a 70.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just talking freely here, that promise. Yeah, I was gonna say, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll save my thought.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So D is standards laboratory. So should it be move D down and put a new D instead of 7E? Should we have 7, make a new D for this and then make standards laboratory E? Just so it
Yeah.
flows better?
Yeah, makes sense.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Commissioner.
No. I was just talking out loud that, because we're gonna look at everything now holistically in terms of transportation and other B2B, it would be nice to put the ITL independent in their own space here, this change that we're doing, because it's gonna be easier. So yeah, that's just thinking out loud, yeah.
I do want to pose the question. If we think about moving it here as opposed to where we're making transportation changes, are we at risk of having something that's outside of scope? Because now we're putting it under a different ITL section.
Sit it there for now. So we fix them.
Go ahead.
So-
What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Acting Chair. I would definitely defer to our legal department on that. I think from my understanding, the scope is related to regulatory changes on transfers or deliveries. So I think if the interpretation is that B2B inclusions could be within scope or included in this regulatory round, I don't necessarily think the placement is going to have a substantive effect on that. I think it's more so the topic area, but that's just my understanding. I haven't looked into this as much as the legal department.
Before I get to you, Commissioner, Council Baker, do you have any thoughts? If we do incorporate this under 500-0507, under the independent testing laboratories?
Yeah, again, I have looked at it. I'm actually going through the pages that the Secretary of State sent back to us right now to ensure that it's included in the hard copy. So I had entertained that, Tim, before, but I landed on the 10513 because we are including that section in the amendments, as the acting chair said. I don't see it in the hard copy version of the packet that was received from the Secretary of State. So I would, if we're trying to make the amendment today without running afoul of the scope, I think it would be safer to do it under 13 for now and revisit it in the next round. Although I definitely hear everyone's points relative to wanting to put it into that section of 0507.
Chief, come
Thank you, Attorney Baker. I think, yes, if we reference it somehow in 105 subsection 13, can we also ensure that we reference it in this new subsection? And then if we reference it within, this new subsection, we can make, have some regulatory tweaks or language that specifically says, maybe they need to make the transfer in compliance within the requirements outlined in 050 subsection 7.
Right.
something like that.
Yeah.
just as long as language is speaking to each
To each
other.
other, yes.
That's
That's the insurance policy.
said that.
Make sure that we're.
They're speaking to each other. Who just said that?
Speaking to each other.
Yeah, that's the key to the
Yeah.
regs.
Yeah.
That's what keeps us up at night. We talk to each other sometimes with the regs.
So thinking, keeping something, adding something under 13 and kind of creating a reference addition under 7. That references that provision under 13.
Mr. Acting Chair, yeah, I think that's the best course of action for us at this point, to try to make that surgical amendment today.
So, can you please cite the 2 sections?
I know one of them, 0507. We're thinking about
Making a new
bumping
D.
down standards laboratory to an E and
The
incorporating
other section.
D, which would reference the change in 13.
Enforcement Council, what's the other section? Do you know?
The 050 section?
No.
Excuse me, so that would be 105 subsection 13.
105.13.
And that one relates to, excuse me, transportation between marijuana establishments. I believe that's consistent between 501 and 500.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
So in 501.13, we can expand the language on number 6. With the exception of an independent testing lab with the rest of the language. Right?
Sorry. Make your comment again. Go ahead.
So if we're to ensure that we're in scope, the guidance we were given is to place language in 500.105.13.
Yeah.
And what I'm asking is, is it I think in my view, the most appropriate place is 6. If at the end of 6, then we put the new language with the, or we finesse the suggested language in the chat with the exception of independent testing labs with the rest of the language. And then Chief, how did you say, please see section, how did you phrase that? Refer in compliance with section 557D.
But that would only be if we do add that language into 70,
Right.
the new language. And it would
Oh.
be something along the line, I think if we wanted to make that edit into 105.13A6, essentially what that would say is something to the effect of, provided however that ITLs may transport product to other marijuana establishments in accordance with 0507D. If we do not add that, if we wanted to just add a caveat to the language under 13A6, we could either add a subsection under 6, we could add another sentence to say independent testing laboratories may utilize one agent for any transfers $5,000 or under, or are required to use 2 agents for anything in excess of $5,000. We can incorporate, in other words, or to say it more simply, we can incorporate either the suggested language to carve out ITLs may utilize one agent for certain transfers in 13A6.
Mm-hmm.
Without making an amendment to 0507 today, if that was the direction the board wanted to go. I think to Chief Kamalo's point, if we made the edit to 0507 to reference ITLs have this specific allowance granted by that license type, we would want to amend 13A6 to say that, to indicate that ITLs have this alternative ability to use one agent for their transfers that is distinct from what's stated in 13A6. Because right there, it is a broad requirement for all marijuana establishments. And just as a reminder, ITLs are by the statutory definition and the regulatory definition a marijuana establishment. So this is one of those tricky areas where we do not want to create a conflict in the regulations by placing it in one area and not articulating that in the second area. And I think that's what Chief Kamalo is.
And I agree with you.
Go ahead.
So Attorney Baker, so if we put it in, thank you, Tim, too, 500.105.13A6 or if we add a continue on the language in 6, or we add a subsection 6A, and we add Chief Kamalo in compliance with 557D. What's the worst case scenario? We all feel we're fine to add it in 500-105-13A6. That's not, no one seems to think that's out of scope in any means. But if we add the in compliance with 557D, what's the worst case scenario? They strike it from there, but like, what's the worst case scenario that can happen?
Well, the Secretary of State's office has given us hard copies back of amendments that we need to make in addition to the ones that we had already submitted to them. And so I can't even physically make an amendment to that paper because it's not within the scope of the regulations that they had sent back to us.
I don't understand. So you can't make a amendment in 557D?
So, and this is something that we came across last time. So in order to finalize these regulations, we need to take a red pen to a hard copy of these regulations and submit them back to the Secretary of State's office. What you might have noticed is that the Secretary of State's office only incorporates the sections of which are being amended. And so it's not the entirety of our regulations, both adult use and medical. So they're only giving us, those narrow sections that we're amending, and then we can further amend them after notice and comment period. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that the section that was raised by Enforcement Council, that one wasn't included in the hard copy in which we could mark up to then submit back to the Secretary of State's office. So because it wasn't considered prior, the Secretary of State's office would likely say that it's outside the scope because there was no notice to the public that that section was going to be amended. So I hope that makes sense.
Even though it's tangentially related to the section that the public was aware?
Yeah, but we would have had prior marked it up and before submitting those regulations to the Secretary of State before. So that's why the suggestion here is to try to cross-reference that in a section that is being amended. But that 7D doesn't make sense to cross-reference unless we amended 7D to Enforcement Council's point. So we can cross-reference that section as a whole to make sure that they're complying with Section 7 on ITLs. But again, we would only want to do that cross-reference if it made sense.
I'm confused. I hear what you're saying, but I'm still confused. So can we cross-reference, yes or no?
Yes, we can cross-reference. The
Okay.
utility of the cross-reference might not be useful in this instance unless we can mark it up, is what I'm trying to explain.
Okay, I think I understand.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So, it sounds like, from what we're being told here is that, placement sort of affects the scope because of the draft that we're working with. So, okay, towards that end then, with that being said, can we then now just create a different subsection under 6? That way we can then incorporate the language that we have
I think he said,
in the chat.
Yeah.
That way it does not, it still aligns with the intent of the
Right.
discussion that we're having here.
And I think the next time we are reviewing regs, I would consider a reference back in 7 as kind of cleanup work,
I agree.
making an
Yep.
acknowledgement a little more easier for the reader to understand or
Mhm.
comprehend. Go ahead, Commissioner Wright.
And to that point, I guess in the meantime, I would recommend enforcement bulletin, guidance,
Absolutely.
all of that, and notifications and metric, whatever you can do. In ITLs, there's, I think, what are we at, 13 or 14, right? So it's not a huge population of licensees, but whatever guidance, bulletins, whatever we can do until we're able to do, to your words, cleanup work on that section, I think that would be enormously helpful.
Do we want to take a break? Do you need some time to?
There were
I
other.
probably just muddied the process by giving you another language option, but Do you want us to take a quick recess and come back and look at your best final thoughts on language to go under 6D1 or whatever we're going to call it? Commissioner Roy.
Before we recess, Attorney Baker, how many pins are left for us? Like, is this the last thing or are there outstanding action items for us to still tackle?
We do have a number of small amendments that we do have to make, and we've already made a lot of them under the medical regs. So I think that we'll end up breezing through them, but it will take a bit of time.
I don't know how you want to do that.
Want to do those first and then.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I'm thinking Mike and Enforcement Council need to work on some language. So can we take a 20 minutes, half hour? What do you do? 15 minutes. Really?
You
Okay.
guys are amazing.
We're going to take a 15-minute recess. We'll come back here at 11:45 and look at language to close out this ITL piece. And then we can go back and do the other pins
And then vote.
and then vote.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's hoping before lunch, but we're getting close.
It's all right.
We're getting close. This is
It's our
important
mid-up.
stuff. All right, we'll be in recess until 11:45. Thank you.
Thank you. Fill your bellies with water. No, it's like a muffin, right?
Yeah, what is it day? Yeah. And then, you know.
Rich, that
All right. Thank you all. Reconvening Enforcement Council. Hopefully you've had some time to work with our acting Deputy General Counsel to think through and drop into the chat some language that we can look at.
Mr. Chair, were you looking for
Yes.
that language in that chat?
Yes, if you want to go ahead and offer that, that'd be awesome.
So Attorney Baker has that language, so I'll just.
Oh, Mike?
Adding it to the chat right now.
Okay. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
While Attorney Baker's doing that, I came into some new information I shared with EC Gooding and DGC Baker, and I don't know when you want me to share that or how, but
Share away. Go ahead.
okay. So it was brought to my attention during our break that some of our licensees, their ITLs don't pick up themselves. They use third-party transporters. So the ITLs contract with third-party transporters to get the samples. So I would just want to acknowledge that we are aware of this. And although to stay in scope, we might not be able to address that today, that we can, when we do the holistic deep dive on the transporter license type, which will be sooner rather than later, we can discuss the fact that they do these, they pick up samples. But I just want to make folks aware, we are aware of this. We have 13 ITLs, but we have licensees that some of I don't know how many within our ITLs, and this is something we can ask on the 7th. We can ask how many use third-party transporters on the 7th, and that can help inform our policy decisions for when we do that. Okay, I just wanted to share that information.
We almost need a map, when we get to the conversation, we almost need a map of the connections of all the transporters and direct and stuff.
All right. Council Baker, do you want to walk through the draft language as you have it?
Yeah, so we were wrestling with how to create this exception. One of the caveats in regulatory drafting is that you can't create a subsection or subdivision unless you have multiple things to add. So in this instance, we didn't want to go the route of adding a subdivision here with just this one carve out. So we created a new 7 and created the exception. So it reads 7, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500 105 13A6, an independent testing laboratory shall ensure that all vehicles used for transporting marijuana or marijuana products with a total retail value in excess of 5,000 are staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents.
So everything after that 105.13 section, we got to bump everybody's number down. If we add it in here like you've suggested.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay.
Is that language in the chat?
Yes.
Okay, get over. I have too many tabs.
Council Baker and PC Good is I'm reading this and now I'm thinking of the point or the issue that you just raised, Commissioner Roy. An independent testing lab shall ensure that all vehicles used for transporting marijuana or marijuana products with a total retail value in excess of $5,000 are staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents. It would appear to me that that would offer wiggle room for a third-party transporter to deliver to an ITL if they don't have their own vehicle and use one agent in the car. Says an ITL shall ensure that all vehicles used for transporting marijuana or marijuana products. It's not talking about whose vehicle.
That is correct.
Enforcement counsel.
Thanks, Mr. Acting Chair. I think to clarify that this is vehicles used by the independent testing laboratory, I think we could just add that language or insert that language into the suggested text. So it could read, notwithstanding 13A6, an independent testing laboratory shall ensure that all vehicles used by the independent testing laboratory for transporting marijuana or marijuana products with a total retail value in excess of $5,000 are staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents. So just to clarify that, any vehicle, this exception really only applies to independent testing laboratories and vehicles that licensee is using on its own to transport marijuana and marijuana products between establishments. So as to not, to your point, so as to not create a loophole for independent testing laboratories that are contracting with a third-party transporter, and allowing an interpretation that those third-party transporters that are contracting with the ITL can then take advantage of this as well. So this would only be vehicles used by that independent testing laboratory.
Can we put new language in the chat? I'm sorry.
You can want to add that in the version.
I just sent what I think I captured what Tim was saying. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Enforcement Counsel.
Can I make a suggested edit?
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Instead of used by, operated by?
I've updated that language.
Council Baker, I see that we've gone back to using transporting and not transferring. Do we want to leave it as transporting?
I think transporting is appropriate here.
Just been another quick update to the language.
I can read it if you want, Mr. Acting Chair.
Go ahead.
Notwithstanding 935 CMR 500-105-13A6, an independent testing laboratory shall ensure that all vehicles operated by the independent testing laboratory for transporting marijuana or marijuana products with a total retail value in excess of $5,000 are staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents.
Commissioner Roy.
Do we need to add, for purposes of this provision, maximum retail value shall mean the aggregate value of marijuana and marijuana products is priced on the day of transfer or transport?
Council Baker, did you hear that?
Yeah, again, I'd like to defer to our staff that's here as well that might have a better idea. I'm not sure if we want to tie that the same way in which we tied business to consumer. So I'll defer to them.
For,
Kamala?
yes, for clarification, What is it asking?
So under delivery courier and delivery operator, those changes, there's a line that says for the purposes of this provision, maximum retail value shall mean the aggregate value of marijuana and marijuana products as priced on the day of the,
Transfer.
this would be on the day of the transport or transfer. Question is, should we include that language here? I mean, at some point you got to, do you need to define the retail value? If we're setting that $5,000 kind of benchmark.
They could interpret it as being wholesale.
Mm-hmm.
That was my concern, is we might be using different standards for implementing it.
Yeah.
I agree.
So under what you've offered, Mike, would you consider changing into the amended language you provide, transporting marijuana or marijuana products with a total wholesale value?
I think clarifying that would make sense here, and if that's what the board is comfortable with, then I agree with that.
Commissioner Roy.
And I agree with that, because when we do address transporter license types, we're probably going to be talking wholesale values, not retail values. So to be consistent, I think we should talk wholesale values here too.
It does.
You want to update that, Michael? I'm sorry, Council Baker.
Mr. Acting Chair, I believe I captured the amendment you were seeking, but please let me know if I'm wrong.
Yep, no, I'm reading it right now. Commissioner Roy.
I thought this was going to be a new 7. He has it as,
Oh, it is. It's still a new 7.
oh, I see the 7 on the left. Got it. Okay. My eyeballs just glossed right over that on the left.
If I may, just
Sure, Camargo.
kind of random, I'm not looking at the language right now for delivery, but for delivery operators, now that they can wholesale, does that matter in terms of the pickup when they, well, would they be picking up wholesale, or somebody would bringing them wholesale? Just for the wording here, wholesale versus retail. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, now that delivery operators are allowed to repackage and pick, wholesale, does the wording matter in that, in terms of retail? Sorry, total wholesale value? Does that matter for them? Or is it okay to leave it at retail? I'm just thinking in terms of across
For the language under.
delivery operators. Yeah. I haven't gone back to look at it right now, but I'm just saying. I think we have retail, right, on, but if they pick up, I
They're taking it and it would be wholesale.
They're taking it,
Delivering it to a consumer.
it'd be retail. Yeah, of course. So I guess I'm just bringing that up. Does that language need to be,
Great. Yeah.
I take a break to look at it, or not take a break, but somebody can look at it. Because retail and wholesale values are two different things.
Mhm.
Acting Chair, may I?
Of course.
Yeah, so yeah, Commissioner Camargo, so maybe probably what we could do is that for delivery operators, we could say either or, like, for retail value and wholesale value, right? That way we can be able to make that distinction.
Based on
If-
the activity.
Could you repeat that, Chief?
Right, so for delivery operators, for the language for delivery operators, I think what we need to do, instead of just saying the aggregate of the wholesale value, we could have, the aggregate for, I'm paraphrasing again, for the wholesale value and retail value, because it all depends on the activities that they're performing at the time.
Mhm.
So we just don't want to restrict it to wholesale value when in fact we do know that there's a retail value that's also tied to the activities that they perform.
Right.
Because then we would leave them open.
Right.
So
Okay.
products with a total wholesale value in excess of 5,000. I'm just reading this for this, but as for delivery, we add both wholesale, retail, and that way it's very clear. You don't want no NODs, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
And we do define wholesale. We
Yeah.
define wholesale transfer marijuana or marijuana products between marijuana establishments. So the language for delivery operator allows them to wholesale product from
Absolutely.
product manufacturer, cultivator, whoever that they turn around and sell retail.
Just trying to think anywhere else.
Council Baker, do we need to capitalize wholesale because it is a definition?
Yes.
Any other thoughts or questions on our new number 7? Commissioner Camargo, you look like you're thinking.
Yeah, I was thinking, no, I don't have a question on number 7. I was just kind of trying to think throughout the document, throughout our regs. If there was anything else as it relates to some of the wording and stuff as it relates to this portion. I think just making sure that we're consistent, and I know that Mike Baker, the time that you all will take afterwards to kind of go through all these changes and make sure that they're good. I know that you all will catch stuff, but also just us giving you the authority to make some of these smaller changes if need be, like if we, we leave something out today, like a word that's not consistent somewhere else or something.
As long as this doesn't change the intent.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Ministerial changes.
Micro business and delivery endorsement, anything in there?
Doing control fine right now.
Mr. Acting Chair.
Yeah.
The more that I read this proposed language, the more I think that we need to include Enforcement Council's provision about wholesale value not in excess of $5,000, because it doesn't really state that you can use one driver below that, and I think it would be beneficial to us to expressly say that here.
You want to offer a new version of that then?
Yep, just give me 1 second.
Sure.
So I'm just adding, I see enforcement council might have an opinion on this too, but I'm essentially adding what was suggested before, but updating it with the language that we just recently considered for wholesale. For all transportation with a total wholesale value of or under 5,000, an independent testing laboratory may use one marijuana establishment agent.
Can we take a 5-minute restroom break and maybe a reading break?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
All right, we'll be on recess till 12:20.
A loophole that you were talking about with the second half of the language. Wholesale value of under 5,000 in independent testing may use one marijuana establish an agent. You know that loophole that you said? We need to reword. Put that
I think the language works now, like, it's not, yeah. Without.
All right, thanks, everybody. We are back. Enforcement Counsel or Counsel Baker, I think you have some edits you want to offer.
Mr. Acting Chair, if we may, we had kicked around a few ideas of amended language, but if you could give us a bit more time to work through that, could we
Sure.
potentially move through the amendments we have yet to cover and revisit this subsequently? I think
Yeah.
it could move the conversation along a bit once we have that new amended language.
Don't want to tie you up on both ends, so we're happy to go through and look through those other amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. So that would bring us to page 85 at the bottom, or actually it's on the next page where the amendment would be made is 86. 105.13A7. And again, this is similar language that we've walked through before, so it should be fairly familiar with you. There's an amendment to add or count, and then in subsection 8, it's or recount, and removing re-inventory.
Okay. Okay. Everybody see where we are? 500, 105, 13A, 7 and 8, which will potentially become 8 and 9. Okay. General Counsel, I'm sorry, Counsel Baker, you want to go to the next one?
Yep, it's in subsection 9, right below.
Okay.
The amendment reads, when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of the marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show the product being weighed or counted, the actual final weight or count, and the manifest.
I'm on top of page 82, but I'm in the, I'm on the online version of our website. Could you read number 9 again? Again, this would be reformatted to number 10.
Of course. Number 9 will read, when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of the marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show the product being weighed or counted, the actual final weight or count, and the manifest.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? Okay, go ahead, Counsel.
The next one is under subsection B, reporting requirements. So it's B1, and it's just adding the word count.
So marijuana B reporting requirements. Number 1, marijuana establishment agent shall document and report on any unusual discrepancy in weight. Are you saying add in right there count or inventory to the commission?
It is in there.
Yep, that's what it
Okay.
is.
Okay.
It's in there as comma count.
Okay.
Page 86 of the.
All right. Want to keep going, Council Baker? Go to the next one.
Of course. The next one that I see is on, and I'm using the version that we had before in the hard copy, so I apologize if the numbers are off, but for me it's 87. And it's 105.13E7. It reads, the marijuana establishment agents transporting marijuana products shall contact the originating location, leaving any scheduled location, or making any unscheduled stops.
What page are you on, Mike? I'm sorry, I'm switched over. 87.
87.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Roy.
On that one, or making any unscheduled stops, so they can call at any point during the unscheduled stop, or do we want to put upon making any unscheduled stops? So it's kind of a window, like you could call it any time. So if I get a flat tire and I'm pulled over for an hour and a half, I can call it.
So this is under
7.
E7, right?
I'm just proposing, and maybe we don't want it, but upon making any, like, upon making the unscheduled stop. Because the reason I say that is because if I have to use the restroom and upon making the stop, I should call so that virtual agent can,
You're saying versus leaving?
yeah, because there's a window there. Basically, we want eyes on the vehicle. If the vehicle is unattended, we want the virtual eyes on the vehicle.
Right. I mean, the way it reads now, she'll contact the originating location when leaving any scheduled location. So I've made my drop or I've made my delivery. I'm letting you know I'm getting ready to leave that location.
Yes.
Or
Making.
making any unscheduled stop.
Might be fine. I just was throwing it out there.
I'm okay with the language as it is. I think it did speak to your point. We had conversations about this is I'm making that unscheduled stop. I call in to who's ever monitoring me at the originating location. I let them know I'm stopping for gas. I'm stopping to grab lunch. I'm stopping to use the facilities. I think we're I was clear that it's
Present tense.
present tense
Okay, okay, I just was.
as it's
Second.
happening.
Mhm.
But to your point, not wanting it to be after the fact, but
Like,
as I'm about to make the unscheduled stop, I
Right.
want somebody to know.
yeah, okay. You're good with that and
Mhm.
fly inside?
Okay. All right, Council Baker, where do we go next?
Just below that, under F, manifests.
Yep.
I can read it. Just one second. Sorry, a marijuana establishment shall complete a manifest prior to transporting marijuana or marijuana products between marijuana establishments or an MTC. A marijuana establishment may utilize a physical or electronic manifest during the transportation of marijuana or marijuana products. You should read.
So adding an S on the end.
Yes, I'll add that right now. Ivania, if
Okay.
you could add that as well, please. Add an S after a product.
Yes, all set.
Thank you.
Lavanya, good afternoon.
Hi, Vanya.
Good afternoon.
Happy
She
to
has
have
the
you with
official
us.
copy.
Thank
No,
you.
we
Happy to be
don't.
here.
We don't have all the big screens turned on, so I apologize for not acknowledging you being part of this meeting, Ivania.
No worries.
Okay? Where do you want to go next?
On page 89, it's 10513F 3 little I. And the new language reads the inventory, weight, or count before departure and on receipt.
Is there like a comma in after inventory or no? Inventory, wait, maybe it's just one.
It's
Yep,
just one
yeah,
word.
Yep, inventory, comma, yeah, you're right. fine, right?
Mhm.
The next amendment is just below that under 4, both A and B. And it reads, the manifest shall be maintained within the vehicle during the entire transportation process until the delivery is completed. A, if utilizing a physical copy of the manifest, the licensed marijuana establishment agent must be able to access the physical copy at any time during transportation. And
Okay.
B reads, if utilizing an electronic manifest, the licensed marijuana establishment agent must be able to access that electronic manifest at any time during transportation.
Okay. All right. Any questions? None. Where to next?
So we're going to go through a series of small amendments now. On page 97, it's 110.7B2 and 5. It's just a formatting amendment. We're just slightly moving it over.
Up top.
Yep.
So, just 1 second, I'm just getting there myself. All right. And then also, so if that's okay, then the next one is 110.8A5, consumer delivery updated. So it's actually 1A5B, and just again making that change from home to consumer delivery.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, and then the next one is on the next page under subsection B, there's just a period missing after delivery.
Mhm.
And that's page 98 at the top.
Okay.
And if you go down to 8C below at the bottom, that's where our next substantive change is.
Yep.
So C reads, and again, you can see the stricken language there below where C had initially read. But C currently reads, a delivery licensee or marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement transporting marijuana and marijuana products for consumer delivery shall ensure that all vehicles used for deliveries are staffed with a minimum of 1 marijuana establishment agent. The agent or agents shall remain inside the vehicle at all times that the vehicle contains marijuana or marijuana products unless completing a consumer delivery.
Okay.
And then D reads, marijuana establishment agents shall take all necessary steps to secure the vehicle at all times when marijuana or marijuana products are in the vehicle.
Not to be too fine a point on it, but the S after marijuana establishment agents, should that be in parentheses? Because it could be 1 agent or it could be 2 agents.
Under C? So
Under-
agents, yes. So parentheses, under D, marijuana establishment agents, the S should be in parentheses.
Correct.
Okay.
Only because right above it, you refer to agent or agents.
Yep.
With the proviso that they don't have to be in the car if they're completing a consumer delivery. So
I actually think that and I agree with you, Mr. Acting Chair. I actually think that in other sections we did marijuana establishment agent or agents. So I would just offer that as the amendment to keep it consistent.
Mhm.
So you want to rewrite D to say marijuana establishment agent or agents?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yep.
Good catch. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, where are we headed next?
Page 100. That's another consumer delivery amendment. So it's again changing home to consumer.
Yep. That's under A on that page. We have some
Oh.
formatting changes there as well. Okay,
And on the next page, I'm not sure why the amendment was captured in the way it was, but it's just adding a period after audit,
yep,
under 10 security audits.
right at the top of the page.
And we're down to our last two. I think we have another pin though from Commissioner Roy from last conversation. So keeping it moving, it's 500, 130. It's on page 108.
Okay,
This one is just a simple spacing. There wasn't a spacing before, so
at the top under letter C, letter C, hello.
yeah,
Letter C.
136C, exactly.
There we go. Okay,
All right, and then we got to skip down, if that's okay. The next one is on page 120. So the one here is the general counsel caught a couple of areas where endorsements should be, we should remove the S or pluralization from them. So there's a couple of instances where it arises here.
all right. Right. You're a marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement, not multiple delivery endorsements, right?
Exactly.
Okay. 500, 145, 1C. Thanks, Kajal, for catching that. Okay, where do we go next, Mike? Council Baker?
So from my notes, I think that's all we have that we haven't gone through. The rest would be the pins that we have to revisit.
All right,
The pin that I have that we have to go back to is relative to what Commissioner Roy raised at the last meeting on page 22. And it's pertaining to delivery endorsements.
okay. We'll go back to page 22. Ah. Okay, where are we?
On four.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, Commissioner Roy, if you want to speak to your concern from last meeting, but that's kind of where we're revisiting now.
mhm,
So I guess, the issue I raised,
Was we were expressly outlining the exercises and functions of a micro business, what they can engage in. So a micro business can engage in cultivation, a micro business can engage in product manufacturing, a marijuana micro business can engage in cultivation and product manufacturing,
mhm.
but we didn't put delivery endorsement. And we agreed we'd save social consumption for social consumption when we do that. So do we stay silent?
But we have to speak to delivery endorsement someplace else.
22.
22.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I had it.
Let me,
I mean, this section is speaking to licensing fees. The question is whether with a delivery endorsement, does that impact fees?
so
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I guess, and if you look at the chart, it'll say 50% of all applicable license under the marijuana micro business.
Mhm.
The annual license fee, there's a catch-all. It says 50% of all applicable license fees. So that means product manufacturing, cultivation. Now, my question is, if marijuana micro business has a delivery endorsement, do they get 50% off of that fee? And if they do, then I think we need to list it. If they don't, then we don't.
No, it's not. Yeah, you can tell it's not.
Go ahead, Enforcement Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Commissioner Roy, so just conferring with Director Coble. So micro businesses do not receive 50%. So to back up just slightly, in our regulations, a marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement, the annual license fee, what's stated as an annual license fee is $5,000. The delivery endorsement, however, is not a specific license type. It is an endorsement.
Right.
So what we have historically done is the micro businesses with a delivery endorsement, that would be $5,000 for that endorsement. If they are SEP, EEA, or DBE, in accordance with the provisions earlier in this section, they could get 50% off that $5,000. But to your main point, in that section where we are articulating what license or annual license fees a marijuana micro business would receive 50% off. The delivery endorsement would not be part of that because the endorsement is an endorsement. It is not another license that the micro business gets as well. It is a tack on to their micro business license.
Is there
They
a
would pay the
value
full
to
amount.
a delivery? I guess my question is, there a value?
So they have to pay $5,000 annually to keep that endorsement.
So,
God.
so a micro business that has a delivery endorsement, that falls under a license type marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement, because the delivery endorsement isn't available to anybody else.
It's on that comprehensive, so that what we can think.
Right. So, and Mr. Acting Chair, so just kind of by virtue of the exclusivity period,
Right.
that is correct. All delivery endorsements, they are exclusive for
Right.
SEP, EEA. So by that fact, they all end up being subject to that 50% of the applicable license fee. So right now they are all 50% off.
Okay.
For clarity. But in the future, when that delivery endorsement is not subject to that exclusivity period,
Yeah.
then the full amount would be owed by a non-SEP EEA licensee or micro. Right, exactly.
So right now, only folks that fall within the umbrella of SCP EEA can even apply for this endorsement.
Correct.
So they're going to get the 50% off.
Correct.
But when the exclusivity period runs out, there'll be $5,000 value. The full value will be assessed to that endorsement.
Correct. And that is a
As it stands now.
That's the rate.
Right.
Yeah, great.
right. And that's for general applicant micro businesses or general license, like non-SEP EEA micro businesses that get,
Who can't apply for this now?
who could not get that. Exactly.
Okay, I think that satisfies my question. Okay, I think I'm good.
Okay. All right. Council Baker, I think we're okay on that pin. Pull the pin out and throw it
It was
away.
a mystery to me, and that was solved. Thank you.
All right. All right, where's the next pin, Council Baker?
I'll ask Vanya if she has any in her notes. That was the one big one that I had. But for the business to business conversation, we're gonna revisit.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's all I have as well.
Commissioner Roy, is that it?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Although I'm bated breath waiting for Catherine's solution.
all right. So we want to go back to, I think it's 30, so 36.
Is it about the wholesale? No.
No, 500,
That's from
105,
the meeting.
500, 105.
85.
85, okay. Okay.
On the red line.
Okay,
Just stick to that language, the last one.
all right. Are we offering? Did you want to offer something? Yeah, go ahead and put it in the chat. Okay. So this is proposed new language for what would be our new number 7. Or 105.13, right?
Correct.
The new language being offered would be number 7, a new number 7, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500 105.13A6, an independent testing laboratory shall ensure that all vehicles operated by the independent testing lab or a marijuana transporter used for transporting marijuana or marijuana products for testing purposes in accordance with 935 CMR 500.160 that contain a total wholesale value in excess of $5,000 are staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents. For all vehicles transporting marijuana or marijuana products for testing purposes in accordance with 935 CMR 500.160 that contain a total wholesale value of $5,000 or less, an independent testing laboratory or a marijuana transporter may use 1 marijuana establishment agent. So it's creating the carve out for transportation of samples to an independent testing laboratory, and I think is trying to be inclusive of whether the ITL has their own vehicle or whether they use a marijuana transporter to, because the ITL may not have a vehicle, they use a marijuana transporter. What we're saying is that value differential consistent with delivery courier and delivery operator says if the wholesale value is $5,000 or less, the ITL or the marijuana transporter may use 1 marijuana establishment agent. Wholesale value in excess of $5,000 would be staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents, either by the ITL or the marijuana transporter. Take a moment and read that one over. Commissioner Roy?
There's not a loophole here for transporters to say, well, I can use 1 agent because I'm transporting, like they have multiple orders in their vehicle. So do we need to say in the vehicle? Like, in other words, for all vehicles transfer.
Say it again, Commissioner Roy, what is?
All right, I'm trying to work, all right, so an independent testing laboratory shall ensure that all vehicles operated by the independent testing laboratory or marijuana transporter used for transporting marijuana products for testing purpose in accordance with 935 CMR 500-160 that contain a total wholesale value in the vehicle, like, my concern is like, oh, I'm picking up samples, so we only need one agent, but we know that transporters have multiple.
You're saying like if they have like one order for one company.
Yeah.
Another order for another.
Yeah,
company,
so not combine.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want them to combine it with another, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. And I will say this is not necessarily how people would speak. We are trying to do a lot in this one sentence or in these couple sentences.
Run on.
So as we're looking at it and as we're breaking it down, so this is saying that all vehicles that are all vehicles, point one, that are operated by either an independent testing laboratory or a marijuana transporter that are transporting marijuana and marijuana products exclusively for these purposes, for testing purposes, that contain a total value. So it's really all vehicles that contain a total wholesale value in excess of $5,000. I think there were a couple of kind of clauses in between that are maybe causing some confusion in terms of how we're reading it. We are specifying all vehicles operated by the ITL or marijuana transporter for this one purpose that also have a total value of less than $5,000. So understanding, or if I'm understanding your concern, you don't want there to be a loophole in here where the ITL or the marijuana transporter can say, okay, well, I'm picking up from one location, that value is less than $5,000. I'm picking up from another location, that value is less than $5,000. And in total, the value could go over that $5,000. Is that what you're saying? Because they're
Pretty much,
have multiple-
yeah. So how do we address that?
Personally, I think as I would be reading that, I think from an enforceability standpoint, we could reasonably still ensure that your concern is met with this language. What we could do in terms of like a bulletin, I know you had expressed an interest in us putting out a bulletin. We would have more space to articulate that, and that bulletin, similar to a guidance document, would be used for the purpose of clearing up any gaps within the regulation. I think in order to make this more clear or to break it up a little bit more to identify, hey, these are the different criteria that you have to abide by. We might need a little bit more time just to wordsmith that. But in terms of enforceability and making sure that any vehicle with over $5,000 worth of product, you need 2 agents. I am confident that we would be able to still enforce that requirement based on this language. The intent here is based on the issues that you articulated previously. We wanted to try to expand this language to account for ITLs that don't necessarily have their own vehicle or other MEs that are utilizing marijuana transporters to pick up multiple orders, all for testing purposes. We might be able to add
In the vehicle?
in the vehicle.
That's what I was gonna say. Can we add it after 5,000? Can we add in the vehicle?
In excess of 5,000.
Because that's really the practical.
Yeah.
Yes,
Talking about,
yes. So after, in excess of $5,000 in the vehicle are staffed within,
I think that could work as well.
that just covers that.
I'm just thinking, I'm just talking out loud if I can for a minute. In the vehicle, because I understand what you're saying in terms of bulletin governance and everything else, but the regs are the regs, right?
Yeah.
So to make it very clear, I think that you're saying that.
Like they
the
could pick
word-
up $2,000 from me, $2,000 from you,
Correct.
$2,000 from you. Now I'm at 6,000, but but each order individually was 2,000.
And that's because of the overlapping here, of the possible overlapping in terms of transportation.
Yeah, so if we add in the vehicle, then it means like the aggregate amounts can't exceed.
Yeah, and I,
Right, that-
I'm just only thinking practical. Obviously, our licensees, I'm sure, go through all the bulletins and the guidance document. But this is the
This
first thing
is-
that they're gonna look at, right?
Yep.
And if then if it's not clear here or a little bit of a loophole, like you said,
It
then,
is.
you know, we can't. And I hear what you're saying, Tim, in terms of like, we can enforce it through guidance and
But it's not clear.
thing, but because this is the first time that we're all having this conversation, right? And looking through this. So I think
You agree in the
yeah,
vehicle?
no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I think you know what's gonna happen when we have the larger conversation about all transportation.
Mhm.
We're gonna start seeing we're gonna understand a lot of these little details a lot better.
Chief Kamal, you had said a statistic, but I didn't hear it, all of it. So we have 13 ITLs. And how many have vehicles, did you say? At one point you had said,
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. So let me give you the numbers in terms of, we have 13 ITLs.
Yeah.
4 ITLs have vehicles and 9 ITLs use third-party transporters.
okay,
Say it again,
Yeah,
13?
yeah, 13, a total of 13 ITLs. 4 ITLs have vehicles. of
Right.
their own, and 9 ITLs, they use third party.
like, and this, emphasizes the need for in the vehicle because 3/4 of the ITLs are using third-party transporters.
Right, so I definitely agree with you, Commissioner Roy, that, we should definitely, it's okay to add in the vehicle.
Yeah,
Because then
It's very clear.
Yes,
Very
it
clear.
provides clarity, and then in addition to that, we're also ensuring that, this also is applicable to the third party.
yeah,
transportation.
exactly. Yeah, thank you.
We're gonna need a big old whiteboard when we start.
I know. And Catherine, you were supposed to get how many, of the, let's see, I asked you about the existing licensee transporter. Do we know how many we have?
We have the delivery endorsement, but existing, yeah, if you did, you need that. Those are the licensees that have an existing licensee that can deliver.
Include boats.
Right, including vessels. Vessels, all right.
Vessels are currently tacked on as a vehicle.
You sure we don't leave them out? Later on, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we will.
Be the head of transportation on your team, I think there needs to be one person assigned to everything transportation when this stuff comes up.
We currently have 4 licensees.
Okay.
That are active marijuana transporters with other existing licenses.
Thank you. Thank you for that information.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, revised language. Okay. In the vehicle. Thank you.
Underlined.
I know, I love it. Added emphasis.
Language, so I made you know.
I love added emphasis.
Everything you said turned out to be in the vehicle. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I'm still kind of, I understand what the new language is still trying to get at. I'm looking at the language before. All vehicles operated by ITL or marijuana transport used for transporting marijuana or marijuana products for testing purposes. Yeah, it's the clunkiness of, here are the products I'm transporting for testing purposes. They have a value of $4,999. But I have all this other product that might not be for testing purposes.
Mhm.
That's above that puts me over the $5,000.
That's right. It's,
Did we
I mean,
go for
it's-
testing purposes? Is that for testing purposes?
Yeah.
For testing purposes, but
but then let's say they have $5,000. Let's say they have less than 5,000 just for testing, which they're not gonna have, but, and then they have 10,000 for other stuff.
They have
Go ahead,
15,000,
Enforcement
they have
Counsel.
15,000 stuff for, you know,
In the
car.
for
Says
testing purposes.
single drivers.
Mr. Acting Chair, to get to your point, what we could potentially just say, shall ensure all vehicles operated by the independent testing laboratory or a marijuana transporter used exclusively for transporting marijuana or marijuana products for testing purposes. And we could replicate that language in the second sentence as well. Just say transporting marijuana products exclusively for testing purposes, just to carve out that this is
This is
only related to.
testing product.
Right, exactly.
Combining product.
Exactly. And again, to the point of a follow-up bulletin to the industry, just to clarify the changes that we're making in here, or to, add additional emphasis to that. We can include language in any such bulletin that this carve out was considered in if adopted by the board for this one purpose, but not intended to create a larger carve out for any business to business transfers. This is only related to products that are being transferred for testing.
Commissioner Stebbins, what was it you just said at the end? Before. You had a thought. I didn't hear you.
I might have lost it, but
You were saying, I think it was something about, I'm sorry, I think it was something related to having two different loads of products in the car.
Yeah. So in other words,
carving up the exclusivity that this
Yeah,
transport is specifically for
right,
testing
right,
lab
right.
product.
Right.
Yep.
So I think the language that Enforcement Council just came
exclusively
up
for
with, the
testing.
exclusivity
Yep.
might allay my concerns.
I just wanted to understand what you were saying.
Acting Chair.
Chief,
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. Yeah, so the reason why we wanted to qualify it again, because of the placement of this regulatory language, it is under the B2B. And so that's why we wanted to qualify that it's for testing purposes.
Right.
only.
Definitely.
Right.
And then that way wouldn't create any confusion, because if we don't spell it out or prescribe it to the fact that this is for testing purposes, that means all the other, license types, as long as they do transportation, they might think that it's
That's right.
applicable to them. as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
so we've added solely.
We could use solely, we could use exclusively language choice.
I think solely works. Yeah, if we say solely. So that we can definitely single out the ITLs, because it's specific to ITLs.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a new language, let me see.
The new language, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Acting Chair.
Of course.
Correction, they just corrected, that it's not 4 ITLs anymore that have vehicles. It's 5 ITLs that have vehicles and 8 ITLs use third party transport.
Okay, still
Yeah,
significant
still-
though.
Yeah.
Still significant.
Avanya wants you to read the new language in the chat. Thank you, Avanya. Go ahead, Enforcement Council. Want to read the revised language?
Of course. Thank you, Acting Chair. So the new language would state, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500.105 13A6, an independent testing laboratory shall ensure that all vehicles operated by the independent testing laboratory or a marijuana transporter used solely for transporting marijuana or marijuana products for testing purposes in accordance with 935 CMR 500.160 that contain a total wholesale value in excess of $5,000 in the vehicle are staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents. Or all vehicles transporting marijuana or marijuana products solely for testing purposes in accordance with 935 CMR 500.160 that contain a total wholesale value of $5,000 or less in the vehicle, an independent testing laboratory or marijuana transporter may use one marijuana establishment agent.
Commissioner,
Should we move the word solely from where it is to it before in the vehicle?
In excess of 5,000 solely in the vehicle.
Mm-hmm. Because again, it's still, okay, yeah, this is solely for testing, but solely for all vehicles. Solely for testing.
thinking this yet again.
Like,
Well, no, I'm thinking of the value for a marijuana transporter. If they have nothing else in their car, are they really gonna go out and make a pickup and deliver to an ITL one sample? And if they're doing it now and if they're doing it right now, they have 2 agents in the car regardless. So that's what they're required to do. How do we feel about them having other product in the car as long as we somehow capture the total wholesale value of what's in the car is not over $5,000?
I thought we were gonna save that for,
We can,
okay.
I'm just thinking it through. If we're thinking through this change right here.
I think it's all right. It's always fine there.
I guess what we're trying to say is not to be combined with other types of transport. We're trying to say not to be combined with other types of transport,
Right.
is what we're trying to say. Do we need to say that? Not to be combined with other types of transport?
Can I ask a point of clarification? Is this our last pin?
Mm-hmm.
This is our last pin.
This is it.
So we want to work, woo, look at, we want to, like the one audience member, yay. We're almost there, we're almost there. Let's get some energy, in this, last stretch here. But my question, was gonna be, because we're thinking it through a lot right now. So one was, are we gonna work through lunch, or do we just need to figure it out right now? Yes, I know we want to just figure it out right now, but just so that we're clear that we understand what's in here, because we're keep looking at it, and maybe if we take a 5-minute break, we can kind of clear our heads a little bit and come back to move forward and finish.
Or can we put the sentence not to be combined with other types of transport?
I guess my question right now is, I'm trying not to get too granular. Another point I was trying to make, which is you're an ITL or you're transporting for an ITL. The value of what's going to be in the car, we all appreciate it. In all likelihood, it's going to be $5,000 value, under $5,000 value. But I'm just thinking of, if I'm a transporter out there doing this now and I am adding a delivery to an ITL, inclusive of my other transports, still allow that as long as the total value, I'm kind of going back on myself.
And we take a 5-minute
Yeah.
legal / anybody you have a conversation with, whoever they need to have a conversation with, to just kind of think that through.
Take a-
Maybe 10 minutes.
Take a break.
Okay.
Till come back at 1:25.
Okay, I need to draw it out. That's not.
Okay,
Ignore that.
Right.
Okay.
so.
Complicated.
And the place remains.
I'm muting.
Okay, all right, we're back. I want to thank Enforcement Council during the break for giving me a better understanding of what we've written, what you see in the edited version with the additions of Commissioner Roy's language in the vehicle and the addition of the word solely, referring to transportation of products solely for testing purposes. I'm comfortable with the legal explanation that Enforcement Council gave us. Are there any other questions, concerns, or comments we want to make on the new number 7, which will be added to, God, why do I always keep losing this page?
Got the page number?
Yeah, why is it
86 or 85?
85.
85? Oh, somehow I scrolled up a couple. Okay, all right. Now I'm looking at a different version. Why
Yes,
does
it's the
just
red
happen?
line version.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, there we go. I was looking at the wrong version. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So, folks, this is the new language that we have for under 500-105, 13A, adding a new 7, which means that the existing 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 are all going to be renumbered. And Enforcement Council, since you're so good at this, why don't you read the new language again for number 7?
Thank you, Acting Chair. So the new language would read, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500.105 13A6, an independent testing laboratory shall ensure that all vehicles operated by the independent testing laboratory or a marijuana transporter used solely for transporting marijuana or marijuana products for testing purposes in accordance with 935 CMR 500-160 that contain a total wholesale value in excess of $5,000 in the vehicle are staffed with a minimum of 2 marijuana establishment agents. Or all vehicles transporting marijuana or marijuana products solely for testing purposes in accordance with 935 CMR 500-160 that contain a total wholesale value of $5,000 or less in the vehicle, an independent testing laboratory or marijuana transporter may use 1 marijuana establishment agent.
Commissioner Roy.
The first solely is in a different spot than the second solely. The second solely is in front of for testing purposes. I'm wondering if we should move the second solely. It's consistent.
Thank you, Chair.
Of course. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So kind of breaking these, and these are both very complex sentences too, so
Right.
it does get confusing as we're reading it. How I'm reading that first sentence, it is all vehicles operated by the ITL or transporter used solely for transporting marijuana. And then in the second sentence, because the structure is slightly different, it's all vehicles transporting marijuana or marijuana products solely for testing purposes. Because the beginning of the sentences are different, I think the solely is appropriate where it's placed right now. We could try to move that around slightly, but I think right now it still is, even though it's not exactly in the same spot for each sentence, I do think it is the intent or the purpose of those sentences are consistent, and I think it still will work in both of those where it is placed right now. in both instances, I will say the solely is identifying or modifying the vehicle or clarifying that the purpose of the vehicle is transporting marijuana or marijuana products solely for this purpose.
Acting Chair, if I
I
may.
agree. Yeah, Chief.
The other thing that we could do, Commissioner Roy, I'm not so, it would have Attorney Baker chime in. We could try to separate it out because I mean, it is a very complex sentence and it's very long. And I think, the other thing, we could probably have, I'm not so sure, maybe we could have a subsection that speaks to the second sentence that speaks to for all vehicles transporting marijuana or marijuana products solely for testing purposes in accordance with 935 CMR.
So break them up like,
Break them up.
like a and a B or a.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's what I actually did in a Word document
Right.
for myself right now.
Mm-hmm. So we could have a subsection.
Yeah.
So we have the 7, and then now we have subsection A, right? 7A. I'm not so sure. That's why I wanna make sure that this is something we can be able to do.
Okay, and thank you, Chief. It's my understanding from, and I'll defer to Attorney Baker on this one, but it's my understanding that the Secretary's office will not allow us to do one subdivision. So we wouldn't be able to do a 7 with 1A underneath it. Yeah, apparently we need to do 2 subsections. So
If you create an A, you have to have a B.
if you create an A, you need to have a B, exactly. And I'll defer to Attorney Baker just to confirm that, but that was one of the things that we discussed on the recess while we were crafting the language.
Yeah, and Mr. Acting Chair, just to go off of that, I understand the proposal, and based on everything that we've talked about, you can still add this to 6 as A and B because it is still hinging on 6. So rather than creating a new 7, if you wanted to do a subdivision here, in order to have more than one, you could do the first sentence as A and the second sentence as B.
Can we do that?
I think it reads better that way. I mean, to break it up because it's just a massive, like, feels like a massive run on. It's not really a run on, but it kind of feels that way because we're trying to get so much in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And thanks, Acting Chair. And I think for compliance purposes too, even for, licensees, when they read this, it's easier to read. I mean,
I agree.
the time that we just spent going back and forth about it.
Right.
So I think we want to make it easy for them. Again, it has to be readable and it has to be manual that all of them can be able to understand. So for those reasons, yeah, let's pass it out, maybe 6A and 6B, instead of creating a different subsection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you hear
I
that,
agree.
Council Baker? I think we're in agreement to make this 6A and 6B.
That makes sense to me.
Okay.
I'll make sure Ivania captures that. Are we
So-
comfortable with the language as written?
I think so. Good question. This is just for comma purposes. But in the first sentence, after independent testing laboratory, should there be a comma? Or? That is a long sentence itself. No comma? No, okay.
No.
Okay.
Okay, Avanya, so you have the language, so starting with notwithstanding, that would now be 6A.
Yep.
And for the sentence that begins with, for all vehicles transporting marijuana or marijuana products solely for testing purposes would become a new 6B.
Okay, yeah, I have that.
All right,
That's better, I think.
okay. Any other questions? Wordy is what it is, but we're declunkifying. Okay,
Dang it.
all right. Take a look at this one last time and then I think. Council Baker, anything else we're missing? This is it, right?
Just making sure that we catch the wholesale and retail volume for delivery operators.
Okay, do you want to explain that one to
Yeah.
Mike?
Are we good here?
Well, we get.
Are we good here? Yep. Are we good with this language? A new 6A, 6B, numbers under that will all be reformatted, probably not have to change now, even though I think they were already edited. Okay, if we're comfortable with this language, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, just making sure, Mike, we talked about it earlier in terms of wholesale, retail, language for delivery operators and the, just making sure that it's, consistent with what we're doing here in terms of wholesale and retail, the wording and the value. Value of wholesale, value of retail. I don't know how you
Well,
added it. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Camargo. So, Attorney Baker, this goes back to what we discussed earlier, because depending on the activities that the delivery operators will be performing, we need to make that distinction in terms of wholesale value and retail value, because they are two different things. So I guess what Commissioner Camargo is asking is that we need to ensure that under the, delivery operators, that we have language that speaks to that.
Correct.
Because so far the language only speaks to, wholesale value. It's not inclusive of retail value. So we want to incorporate retail value so that it's clear for delivery operators. That will be for both.
I thought it was the other way. I thought we already had retail value, not wholesale value.
No, I believe what it is that we, do we have retail value or?
I thought we had retail value.
We have retail.
We didn't have wholesale value.
Right,
Correct,
yeah.
correct.
So just to clarify, Mr. Acting Chair, if I may.
Sure.
So business to consumer is still retail. So it's based on retail sale.
Correct.
However, this business to business transportation,
It's wholesale.
we're landing wholesale there
Right.
on wholesale.
Correct.
That's how we have it distinguished right now.
Mhm.
So do we need new language anywhere?
I
Where
guess the question is, yeah, right, do we? So let's just talk about it, make sure.
We can do a control find, let's see under delivery operators to see what it says. And then we'd have to make sure that the same is applicable for the medical regs. Right. Which one? 121? Yes, I do.
Oh, the Roman version.
Page 121.
what subsection, please?
H, 140.
Yep. Page 122.
Subsection.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Right.
Gotcha.
I think it wholesale now.
Yeah.
Well, not yet, when we both,
Right,
Yeah.
and it goes into effect. Be clear.
Operates in warehouse, not looking package.
Right, correct. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
correct. It's the repackaging.
Correct,
Is that.
Right. Catherine, did you have any?
We need it.
Yeah.
Yes, we
To
do.
clarify.
We do need to like clarify that.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Catherine, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Baker, so we're looking now at 145 subsection. It's the red line under subsection H, so it's GH, where we have the maximum retail value of marijuana or marijuana products allowed in the delivery licensee. Essentially, what we're trying to highlight is the definition of delivery licensee includes both a courier and a delivery operator. And based on the license activities of an operator, they deliver directly to consumers, but also intake wholesale. So we want to include retail, and or wholesale value. I'll leave the legal language to you, but to include both retail or wholesale value depending upon the activities they're performing.
That makes sense. When we initially came upon this discussion, I felt like it was a policy matter for them to consider and they landed on retail. But I think that distinction is important for them to consider. So we can make that distinction if the board feels so inclined.
Commissioner Roy.
And so in H, we combine in one sentence. The maximum retail value of marijuana products allowed in a delivery licensee or ME with delivery endorsement. So that's not necessarily true for an ME with a delivery endorsement because they're not B2B. So it's not applicable to them. So I don't know if we have to separate this out further. If we're putting wholesale. So we just add another sentence, like keep that thought intact and then keep all of that intact, but then maybe add a new I.
Mhm.
That includes for our operators that the wholesale.
Yeah. Yes. You said domino effect.
Yeah. So Council Baker, we're thinking of creating a new I under H. It talks about what would be the maximum wholesale value for a marijuana delivery operator.
Yeah, we can't break apart. There's too much going on in H.
Right, H is sticking to the retail value for any delivery licensee, and every delivery licensee is B2C.
Yeah,
So we
exactly.
need to create
A new I.
a new I to kind of carve out a marijuana delivery operator who can wholesale product that same kind of financial limitation.
Acting Chair, if I may,
Of course.
we do have some suggested language, that Enforcement Council will share, that maybe that would be helpful. That would be a new I.
Okay.
That in the
Yeah, in the
chat.
chat.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, just sort of keep on that.
Yeah. The volume, it's okay.
Commissioner Roy.
At the beginning of this is a very good language, but at the beginning of the sentence, we separate marijuana and marijuana products. But in towards the end, we conflate the two. So should we say, I think we need to keep for consistency, we need to say all marijuana or marijuana products shall be associated with an individual order, because we're conflating it all now. Somebody already fixed it. It's like magic. It's like,
And you shall receive.
like the magic wand. Products plural. No, I was gonna say keep it plural. Marijuana products, and then the second sentence, just make the second one plural. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Not to nitpick this, and I know you guys need to be out of here by 2.
Oh.
I'm looking at the language up top that we carved out for marijuana transporter for an ITL.
Mhm.
We make a distinction between the value in excess of $5,000, value or less, value of $5,000 or less. Here we keep talking about $5,000 or less, or shall not exceed, you have one age in the car. But then we kind of change up our language to say a maximum value up to $10,000. Do we need to do below 5 and above 5?
Shall not exceed.
Catherine?
So the difference there is that delivery licensees have that $10,000 cap, we'll say. Wholesale vehicles don't have, B2B and wholesale doesn't have the same cap.
We have to look at that big old board.
So under this, because we're talking about wholesale,
Yeah.
should that be an exceeds $5,000?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm, because it is more than 5,000, so it's excess of $5,000.
Okay.
So we could borrow the language.
Borrow it from the ITL stuff and bring it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, Ivania, you guys still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks, Savanya. We're just making a
No
little,
problem.
we're just making a little tweak to our new I.
Mike has a
Okay.
response.
I'm here as well. Again, I
Okay.
just want to point out though that this is, this is obviously more complicated than it seems, and I think this discussion shows how complicated this really is. It's not just removing one driver. There's a lot of considerations that need to be made here.
Right.
I gotta say, it's been very nice to work with everyone, like, right here,
Mm-hmm.
both legal side and compliance and enforcement, and legal from compliance and enforcement.
Yeah.
Like, that should be like
The brain power together.
yeah.
Doing it not stretched across this huge room. So there's some new language in there.
Okay.
Maximum value, wholesale value, from the marijuana delivery license shall not exceed $5,000 if in the vehicle when conducting wholesale activities when one marijuana establishment. Provided, however, that a vehicle with 2 agents, oops, all right, no worries. Thanks. Right.
At the final edit,
Yeah.
you
Yes.
Want to read it?
Catherine's using her magic wand.
I know.
Director, you want to read your new language for Council Baker and Avania?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this would be a new subsection I. The maximum wholesale value of marijuana or marijuana products allowed in a marijuana delivery operator licensee's vehicle at any one time shall not exceed $5,000 when conducting wholesale activities with one marijuana establishment agent present. Provided, however, that a vehicle with two agents shall be allowed to have a total wholesale value in excess of $5,000. All marijuana or marijuana products shall be associated with a specific individual order. For purposes of this provision, maximum wholesale value shall mean the aggregate value of marijuana and marijuana products as priced on the day of the order for wholesale.
Book it, ship it. That's good.
And again, this is a marijuana delivery operator going to get wholesale product and bringing it back to their location.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Camargo, retail wholesale definer, you're okay? Commissioner Roy?
Good.
Okay. All right. Avanya, you know where this is now being placed? Oops.
Yes, it's the new I.
Yes.
Mhm.
Right. So
And if
I
you
will be,
mind if you could, my apologies.
no
If
worries.
Catherine could add the language, just so I have it correctly.
You're so
Oh,
bad.
she already did that. Wow. Okay.
Your fingers are the
Oh,
white.
perfect. Thank you.
Man.
Great, thank you, Catherine.
I can't even blink that fast, and she's already got it.
Oof.
She already knows what we're thinking and we're saying.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Catherine.
Council Baker, anything else?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to distinguish. So in the initial H, we had both delivery licensees, so that's operators and couriers, and delivery endorsements, MEs with delivery endorsements. So let me just
Yep, take your time.
reread this. So
Yep, take your time.
because this is not considering amendments to couriers, this is just delivery.
Operators.
Correct.
That's why we created the new I.
Right. So do we need to distinguish anything further for couriers?
No,
We're going to leave the language as what is happening with H?
it's,
H,
yes,
H, the language as it's prepared there in the chat from Catherine is addressing. Oops.
no.
So,
May I?
H stays the same. We're adding a new I
correct.
because H is speaking to value in the car, a retail value in the car or vehicle, or a delivery licensee that captures both courier and operator that's B2C,
Endorsement.
or somebody who has a delivery endorsement. And that's based on retail value. And we're adding a new I to cover a delivery operator's wholesale activity. And that's obviously based on a wholesale price.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. That makes sense.
And that was a good catch by Commissioner Clark.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Margo, you get the brownie.
Oh, thanks. We're all, just one team. Commissioner Stebbins, you said courier right now. I just want to make sure that that was a mistake on H.
No,
No,
Oh.
no. It's
don't
because
see
it's,
the word.
it's a consumer.
Oh, okay. I'm just like, I don't.
delivery
Okay,
license.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
it's a consumer.
Yeah, I just didn't see the
Upon
word.
that to tell who that's inclusive of.
yep.
Yeah, I wasn't reading
Okay,
particularly.
yeah, I'm like, I don't see that in
Sorry
here.
about that.
Okay.
Okay. Last go around.
Drum roll.
Council Baker, last
Drum
chance.
roll, please.
Chief, Director, Enforcement Council.
No,
We're good.
You sure? I'd like to go back to section. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, there's nothing else?
No,
No more
vote.
pins?
No, vote. We're gonna vote.
You sure there's no more pins?
Oh, no.
Go ahead, Council Baker. Avanya, anything?
Yeah. The one thing I'd add is I think there's other areas that this might affect now, and I hate to belabor this, but
No, it's okay.
because we changed that, I think there's a couple of sections that we might want to revisit. And again, I apologize for
No.
extending
Don't
this
apologize.
conversation. But
No, you're not.
It's all good. But we still have time with you all. And then you guys gonna be here in the building?
No. Yeah, we're not gonna be in the building, but that's okay. We'll get through it.
Okay.
Attorney Baker,
Alright, so let's go through it. Just to triple check, make sure.
Commissioner Roy?
Attorney Baker, is anything on top of mind that you're thinking of for sections?
When you just need to go to the better comment.
Yeah, we've made a bunch of amendments throughout the document, and I would just like to take a couple of minutes to
Yeah,
revisit some of the old ones to double check before we finalize.
Thank you for being thorough.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if I may, Commissioner Stubbins,
Yes.
Mike, just to stay right here for 1 second before we go all over the document. So your concern is the new I that we created and leaving the H. We just want to make sure that throughout the document, that it's not impacting anything else or that needs to be changed.
The thing in the front of my thinking on this is that I think we made a very similar amendment to H elsewhere, and I'm just taking a couple of minutes I got to take a couple of minutes to find that and see if and consider whether we need to amend it in light of the conversation we just had.
Commissioner Stubbins, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
We'll
Thank you.
recess for 5 minutes.
5 minutes, 5 minutes. I know, 5 minutes. Trust me, you guys want us to take 5-minute breaks.
And if I may add,
are back. We're back. Councilor Baker, are you with us?
I'm here.
Hi. We kind of left it that you wanted to look to make sure if we add this new I, that doesn't pull out other threads.
Yeah, the only flag that I have is I think we'll have to reflect this in medical. Perhaps the motion language that we use could include something like direct legal to make consistent between medical and adult use.
We can do that, or if you want to just take us over to medical, we can look at it.
I don't have the adult use regulations up right now, but I can pull them up if you just give me a minute.
Chief, I know you need to go whenever you need to go. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah,
Yeah,
if you look up and you're not here, we know why.
we know what. Thank you.
Mr. Acting Chair,
Council
notes-
Baker.
my notes indicate that the amendment would be on page 88 of the medical regs. So it would be
Okay.
501, 110, 8B and C.
Right.
Mike, you're on page 88 of the red line version.
In the medical regs.
TC transportation, transporting marijuana products.
So this isn't really about the. Sorry, I'm in the wrong. No. How's that subsection start? Mike,
My computer's lagging slightly, so I'm just a little bit behind opening the medical. Just going off of my notes, that's where I have indicated that this change would occur.
That's subsection, I believe, page 85, security and
this is 501, yeah, 501, 110, security requirements for MTC
patient delivery.
patient delivery operations. A, B, and C.
So the question is,
So this is really talking only about retail value, right?
well, should we read the language out loud?
Are you suggesting we're trying to incorporate language from adult use into this one provision of the medical, like,
Again, if I'm slightly behind, still trying to pull it up on my computer.
Okay.
But my notes indicate that there was the 5,000 and 10,000 distinction here, and just wanted to flag it for the board's consideration that in tweaking the last language that we did in adult use, it might affect this here.
So it's the question to us commissioners, are we lifting and shifting some of that language?
yeah, I think, I mean,
It's one of what you want. Oh. Subsection B, right?
right,
Yeah, we need clarifications when it mirrors what we have in the adult regs. That's
Right.
all. You probably most likely need to edit that.
Yep.
Put it in F, and create it F. That's all. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, no, it now becomes F. So.
so under that B, we just got to carve out new language that says one agent for less than $5,000 worth of product.
We're on the same page though, in terms of,
Yeah,
okay.
I think we want to keep it, I mean, we're talking about this dollar value everywhere.
Oh, it's 215.
If I may, Chair, we do have some suggested language, which, you know, that Catherine or EC will put in the chat for the board to consider. Yeah.
Okay.
And is that the last pin in medical? While we're here? Okay. Chairman.
Catherine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Attorney Baker, just to clarify, this subsection E, this is the section for patient deliveries, correct? So this is where it also needs to specify the one. Driver.
Yeah, it's there.
Under B.
Red line.
Yeah, it's in B, Catherine. Yeah, the general requirement. Yeah, no, we don't have the right one. It's not the updated one. What?
B 110 7B.
Page 87 of medical, under the red lines.
87 or 88?
Sorry, 88 and, yes, 87, sorry. It's just that I have the page. Yeah.
Really is A, it's not B.
Yeah, we are meeting, and then you have to also go into 145 as well, not just 110.
Retail value.
Right, yeah, and then.
Commissioner Stubbs, not to, I don't want to rush the process at all, but just to reiterate where we're at, and what else is needed. And then do we want to wait till the language is completely, done? Because I know they gotta go. Or do we want to, motion for Mike to want to finish it?
I want to finish it.
Okay,
This
okay.
is-
Okay, okay.
This,
Just want to make sure,
yeah, this is,
just want to make sure we're.
it might
we
be
know-
as easy as cut and paste, but, you know, this is,
That's fine.
it's right now in the red line version, it's 7B, but I think it needs to be 7.
Mhm. It's not a policy issue right now for us. It's just more of the language. I just want to clarify that for, there's a lot of quiet time right now.
Yeah, no.
Sure that it's in both sections, like in 110 and also in 145. And the adult use, we want the adult use citation. It's page 85.
Do you guys need the hard copy?
It's not there. It's fifth one. It has been 145. Oh, look at, we went off 145. Yeah. That must get it.
Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, 3, right? 3, E3. So if we struck the word transportation and just put deposits and then created a new 4, talked about substance, but now we lump transportation deposits together. Am I on the right spot?
Page
Don't
88.
think so.
Oh, 187.
Yeah, it's about midway down the page on 88. It's
There's also
7.
B3 talking about 2 agents. 7B3 talks about 2 agents.
Right, that's where we're. Let me see what you're.
Not redlined it right now, right, Commissioner?
It's not.
Yeah, I see.
I don't think that changes. I think we're still doing 2 agents at Carford. That's financial deposits.
Cash.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
Deposits on
Yep,
hand. I read it
yep,
as hand.
Yep,
My
yep.
bad. No bad.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Page 88. 88B.
Okay. Oh, you do. So, and this is for 501, 145. Do we have anything to edit 110 10.
For the same.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. It's
Go ahead.
my understanding that under 110, the language that we have the language that we have currently in 501-110 matches the language from 500-110. I'll defer to Director Pinkowski if that understanding is correct. I also added in revised language, potential revised language for 501-145, which would create a new, I believe, create a new E and F or add a new subsection to speak to the maximum retail value of marijuana or marijuana products allowed for delivery, and also that second section that discusses maximum wholesale value for any vehicles.
Okay.
as well.
So let's, since we're all on 501-110, you're suggesting so that 7, it's right now 7B, I think it needs to be changed to 7A, formatted at that on page 88. But you're saying that that language mirrors what's in 935, 500. Give me the other.
Yes, I believe that's correct, but I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison right now just to
Okay.
make sure that everything's
Okay.
accurate.
Enforcement Council?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. So I will just read both of these for the board's understanding here, and so that we can just do a comparison while we're looking at both. So right now, under and this is on page 97 of the adult use red line. I will just read that one to start because that is where we begin today. So it is under 500-110-8, and they are subsections C and D. So C states, a delivery licensee or a marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement transporting marijuana and marijuana products for consumer delivery shall ensure that all vehicles used for deliveries are staffed with a minimum of one marijuana establishment agent. The agent or agents shall remain inside the vehicle at all times that the vehicle contains marijuana or marijuana products unless completing a consumer delivery. Sub D states, marijuana establishment agents shall take all necessary steps to secure the vehicle at all times when marijuana or marijuana products are in the vehicle. Now, to compare that with the medical regulations here, so under it is page 88 of the red line version. The number on the bottom, the paginated version is correct. So it is again 501-110-8, and these are sections B and C.
New A and B. We don't have an A right now, so really B is A and the old B stays B.
It's just on an earlier.
Yeah, it's on page
Yeah.
87.
No, I'm talking about further down under 7.
That
That's
is
correspondingly.
8A7. So this is a subsection B that follows subsection A.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Got it.
And,
Got All right.
yes, it
No, we're good.
the order does when
So Yvonne,
Avania, scratch those changes I asked under 7. Okay. yeah.
Okay,
but
so it's
Okay.
saying 8A.
8A
I'm
is
sorry,
the same.
7A.
Further down, which was a red line B, is still a B.
Yes, and it is, Ivania, it is B in parentheses.
Yes.
Yeah, so it is,
Okay.
yeah.
Sorry, Vanya.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
So the medical regulations, they state an MTC transporting marijuana and marijuana products for patient delivery shall ensure that all vehicles used for deliveries are staffed with a minimum of one MTC agent. The agent or agents shall remain inside the vehicle at all times the vehicle contains marijuana or marijuana products unless completing a patient delivery. And subsection C states MTC agents shall take all necessary steps to secure the vehicle at all times when marijuana or marijuana products are in the vehicle. So
Do you have MTC agent or agents?
mine says MTC agents shall take all necessary steps, but I do think that it might.
Ours says MTC agent or agents.
Agents. Okay, and that I think actually that is a correction that was made in the in between. I'm looking at the version that was submitted to the secretary's office, so I do think that I do recall Attorney Baker making that change.
Okay.
Um,
So those language between 935-500 and 935-501 are consistent between these two sections.
correct, in these two sections.
So now we got to go down to where we inject the price point, and that's under 145.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Commissioner Roy. go
For
ahead.
consistency, Attorney Gooden, so where we have, hold on. Each marijuana product shall be associated with a specific individual order. Could we change it to all marijuana and marijuana products shall be associated with a specific individual order? So it's consistent between both.
Commissioner Roy, are you in
The-
section 145?
I'm in the suggested language you supplied at 221. Yeah,
So
145.
that's for 145. Okay.
Yes,
So we'll be going down that the language that I just read was in 5.
yes. Yep.
So this
Now we're moving on
Now we're
to
down.
145 E.
Yep.
In parentheses,
Mhm.
suggested language. I would only respectfully recommend for consistency that the sentence that reads in the first paragraph, each marijuana product shall be associated with a specific individual order, be changed to all marijuana and marijuana products shall be associated with a specific individual order.
Else in the document,
Says that.
but no, I know to be consistent, but I don't know if there's more of that somewhere else. So we got to keep that in mind for later or now, I'm not sure, but just in case. Because that's a,
Mhm.
yeah. So that's like the new language we're going to use for that, then we need to make sure that it's across the document. Maybe Mike, if later on, he could find it and switch it over or something, but just to make sure.
So now we're on 145
Mm.
E.
Mhm.
The language you put in the chat, this would be new for E, it says maximum retail value of marijuana or marijuana products and allowed in an MTC's vehicle at any one time shall not exceed $5,000 when conducting deliveries to patients with one MTC agent present, provided however that a vehicle with two MTC agents shall be allowed to deliver marijuana and marijuana products with a maximum retail value of $10,000. All marijuana and marijuana products shall be associated with a specific individual order for purposes of 935 CMR 501, 145, 1E. Maximum retail value shall mean the aggregate value of marijuana and marijuana products as priced on the day of the order for delivery. Okay. We've added a new F.
Mhm.
So the new F says the maximum wholesale value of marijuana or marijuana products allowed in an MTC's vehicle at any one time shall not exceed $5,000 when conducting wholesale activities with one MTC agent present, provided, however, that a vehicle with two agents shall be allowed to have a total wholesale value in excess of $5,000. All marijuana or marijuana products shall be associated with a specific individual order for the purposes of this provision. Maximum wholesale value shall mean the aggregate value of marijuana and marijuana products as priced on the day of the order for wholesale. Then F is, we have it in the red line version, will stay in there, but it'll just now get relettered. Okay. Not to be nitpicky, but we say in excess of $5,001.
1 penny?
So, Mr. Chair, to that point, we say shall not exceed $5,000, and then we say in excess of $5,000. So I think in excess of $5,000 would be $5,000.01.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's why we have some good, smart lawyers. Okay. So looking at that language, any questions or concerns? So we're taking out 50145, that E and F, and replacing it with the language that is provided in the chat.
I don't have a issue with the Commissioner Stebbins. I just want to make sure that we are mindful of the language that Commissioner Roy put forward in terms of consistency. All marijuana or marijuana products shall be associated with a specific individual order, that in that order, if there's anywhere else in the document that it needs to read like that, that we make sure that we find that later on
Okay,
before we turn it into the Secretary of State.
okay. Council Baker, did you hear that?
Can you repeat that one more time, Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, just basically like, you know, I keep thinking about the overlapping of the regs, and when we change one thing, we got to make sure that it's changed throughout the whole document for consistency. So the language that we've been changing, Commissioner Roy's suggestion in terms of consistency, all marijuana or marijuana products in that order shall be associated with a specific individual order. So just in that order to make sure it's consistent throughout the document.
Yep.
Commissioner Roy, do you have anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Avania, do you have that language in the chat, which will add onto page 101, at least in the red line version? We have a new E, we have an F, so everything below that gets relettered.
Yes, I have that language. Yes, for 501-145, E and F.
Right.
Yes.
One E and one F.
Yes, I have that.
Council, Enforcement Council is going to throw me off again. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Director Pinkowski actually just pointed out an issue with the revised or the new subsection F. So right now we say individual order in there. Individual order is a defined term that is related to orders to patients or consumers, and it specifically identifies that that order cannot exceed the statutory allowance for personal possession. So my suggestion would really just be to strike the word individual so that it's associated with a specific order.
Okay.
Because we wouldn't want a wholesale order to be constrained to one ounce.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good, great catch.
That's a great catch.
So I am just revising the language in the chat slightly. So Ivania and Mike, you should have that new language. But just wanted to point that out
Okay.
for the board.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Catch.
That's what I'm talking about.
Nice catch. Okay. All right.
We would be out of compliance.
Yeah. Okay, it's just a minute.
You heard me, Kim? I'm like, everybody would be out of compliance.
Everybody gets a.
Breaking the law.
Breaking the law on day one.
All right. Any further conversations, comments, questions? Commissioner Roy, you're all set?
I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner Camargo, you're all set?
Team effort.
Director Binkowski, you're okay? Council, good. Acting Deputy General Counsel Baker, you all set?
Yes, sir.
Avani, are you all set, more importantly?
I am, yes.
Okay, all right. And I'm all set. I'm seeing no other concerns or questions. I'll seek a motion to direct the legal department to make any ministerial edits or other edits necessary to ensure consistency and in order to finalize the regulations of 935 CMR 500 and 501 as amended and to promulgate those regulations with the Secretary of State's office. Sure.
Mhm.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Not as fast as Catherine, but you're not. Council Baker, just for clarity, finalizing the regulations means submission of all appropriate documentation, the small business impact statement, everything else that goes with it.
Yes, that's how I interpreted that.
Okay.
We wouldn't. Okay.
We don't need dates on that.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, we're targeting November 8th. November 8th, we all feel comfortable. We'll make that publication date. It's 2 weeks after that the regulations become official. November 23rd.
Wait, we haven't taken a vote yet.
I know.
Oh, okay. I was like, Commissioner Stebbins, what do you?
I think Commissioner Royce.
I was just gonna put in accordance with the November 8th publication date. I don't know if you feel you want that, but.
Mhm. That's right. Want to read it out loud one more time?
Go ahead, Commissioner Royce.
I was just wondering if we should put in accordance with the November 8th publication date.
So a motion to direct the legal department to make any ministerial edits or other edits necessary to ensure consistency and order to finalize as amended into the regulations of the Secretary of State's office.
In accordance with November 8th, 2024 publication date.
Because we want to make sure it gets done by the 8th. From commissioners, yeah, sure.
I would.
Mr. Acting, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Council Baker.
Or other edits necessary, maybe you could say other steps necessary to your points about the filings required.
Let me suggest this. Motion to direct the legal department to make any ministerial edits or other edits necessary to ensure consistency. And in order to finalize the regulations of 935 CMR 500 501 as amended, and to promulgate those regulations with the Secretary of State's office and meet the November 8th, 2024 publication date.
Is publication date, is the wording publication for November 8th deadline?
Mike, how do you,
Council Baker, I think to Commissioner Roy's point, we want to be clear that we're trying to make the November 8th
And meet the November 8th publication.
publication date.
so, but to Chair?
Yeah.
So I think what Attorney Baker was saying, motion to direct the legal department to make any ministerial edits or other steps necessary to ensure, so steps is more broad than just edits.
Yep.
So replace the second edits with steps.
Okay,
You could go right in there and re-edit it if you want. Or you can read
I
it.
can't, because Mike wrote it.
Oh, you
Oh,
put,
I wrote it.
Yeah, it was you.
Oh, I wrote it in this version.
you want to add that?
Just realized I didn't have lunch.
Fitting you now, isn't it?
It's hitting me now.
It's fitting you know.
We technically didn't break for lunch. It's good.
Yeah, no, not as fast as you. Council Baker, how does that motion look to you?
That looks good to me.
Or to meet the November or and meet?
Putting the data, puts Mike on the hook.
Like he has to do all these steps to meet the, okay, whatever. And to meet, even better.
And to me, okay,
Perfect.
all right. All right. I will seek a motion to direct the legal department, make any ministerial edits or other steps necessary to ensure consistency, and in order to finalize the regulations of 935 CMR 500 and 501 as amended, and to promulgate those regulations with the Secretary of State's office and to meet the November 8th, 2024 publication date. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Nice.
Motion been made and seconded. Any other questions? Do we want to go back to any other?
Going once, going.
All right, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. We're good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice
All
job, team.
Council Baker, thank you. Ivania, thank you. Enforcement Council, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Johnson, thank you.
Great job.
Chief Nome and Abstentia, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, if there's no other business to come before the commission, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I just want to say a reminder that I'm sure by our next meeting, we'll have an update, but reminder to everyone that none of this stuff goes into effect until it is promulgated, and the anticipated date is November 22nd. But just to, again, remind everyone in the universe that this will impact. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. Just thank you. Great teamwork on everybody's part.
Mhm.
Commissioner Roy.
And likewise, I just want to thank everyone. This was a total collective effort, and thank you to the stakeholders, that especially the ones that are here today with us, that have been with us throughout this. And also a friendly reminder to anyone listening, our next public meeting will be a listening session on November 7th here at headquarters. The topic is independent testing labs and testing, and so we look forward to seeing folks on the 7th.
Okay, I would also add, thank my colleagues. Thanks for their collaboration. Thanks for our incredible team working through a lot of these changes in real time. I'm glad we got it done. We got it done right. Also want to express our thanks to our colleague who's not here, Commissioner Concepcion, who I know did a lot of the work with it when it came to the changes to delivery courier and delivery operators. So we thank her as well. We are back together tomorrow, albeit virtually, for opening in public meeting and then adjourning into executive session, and looking forward to seeing everybody who wants to participate virtually or in person on November 7th. And then we'll be back to our regular business meeting on November 14th, December 5th, meeting for discussion on the social consumption regulatory framework, and then a December 12th public meeting in between, perhaps before the end of the year. We'll try to look at everyone's calendar and see if we can get a conversation in person with folks who have transporter license or party transporter.
Yeah, going into the new year.
Okay.
One more thing.
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Come on.
Vanya, Mike Baker, I know you guys are here. You probably don't look camera ready, but you're not on the big screen, but I just want to thank you guys and see your faces, because this is a huge accomplishment and you all have been working on this with us and taking the pins, and, you know, Mike Baker, we started this from months ago when there, you know, we were still a little bit low on bodies on the legal team. So I kind of want to tell you all to get on camera for 2 minutes for us to see you and just go like this. And thank you. I'm volunteering you all. Thank you. There you go.
Bye.
Ivania.
Thank you.
Ivania.
Next time,
No
I
worries.
promise.
No worries.
Thanks, Savanya. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you
Absolutely.
all.
Thank you. Thank
Nice
you.
use of the background,
Thank
Mike.
you.
Thank you. All right. Did I roll call to adjourn?
No, you can adjourn yourself.
Okay.
You can roll call if you want.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Camargo, second. Commissioner Roy, will you second that? Okay, motion made and seconded. Roll call vote to adjourn. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. We are adjourned. Everybody.
Great job, everybody. Great job. Mute us, please.